Chapter 956, 10% Chance of Success. Chapter 956, 10% Chance of Success. I've long heard of how wicked and cruel the members of the blood-killing sect can be, but today I finally see it with my own eyes. I wonder if my current strength is enough to completely dismantle the life-devouring formation. Power burst forth from within Gu Tong's pupils. The ancient god power began to frantically condense in his thick arm, giving rise to a frightening might. Even if the power had yet to break out entirely, it was enough to draw attention to him. Everyone looked at him in shock. Gu King Tong. Dao Yuanzi, who stood under the defensive cover, also looked over at him, a cold glint in his eyes. Gu Tong was the only one out of everyone here that he was truly concerned about, for the former was a 7-star imperial god at his peak. He was an existence that Dao Yuanzi must look up to. Even if Gu Tong had yet to recover 90% of his strength, he was not one to be underestimated. Gu Tong had already made his move. Ancient god secret skill, one-finger extermination. He made a pointing motion with his dark golden arm, the terrifying ancient god power entirely condensed on the index finger on his right hand. His index finger contained the ultimate power that Gu King Tong could currently summon. It was also the strongest secret skill that Gu King Tong could currently unleash. The world would instantly perish once he pointed with his index finger. His terrifying power soon enveloped the defensive cover that shielded Dao Yuanzi. Come on, come at me. Dao Yuanzi also wore a crazed smile on his face, but showed not even the slightest hint of fear. Bang! The entire sky collapsed, and the vast, empty space in its place filled itself with the battlefield. Gu Tong's might was devastating. Even so, Dao Yuanzi remained still in the center of this might. The defensive cover that enveloped him remained intact. It's still intact. Gu Tong frowned with a dark golden lightning flashing in his pupils. Haha, it's useless. Dao Yuanzi's manic laughter echoed all around. Gu King Tong, this life-devouring formation certainly won't pose much of a problem had you been at your peak. However, you don't even have 10% of your strength back then, and you might not even be able to win the Master of Void Temple. You wish to shatter my defensive cover with your current power? What a joke! Gu Tong looked coldly at him before shaking his head secretly. I can't do anything about this formation. Despite trying his best, he was still helpless against Dao Yuanzi's defensive cover. Naturally, there was nothing he could do about the formation as well. Everyone around him paled after seeing this scene. If even the strongest of them all, Gu Tong, could not do anything about Dao Yuanzi's defensive cover and formation, what could they even do? Are we going to just die within this defensive cover? It was uncertain who was the first to speak, but in the next moment, a commotion swept the crowd. The many martial artists present looked frightened. To them, death was not a terrifying outcome. However, it would be a total nightmare if they were to be refined while still alive and forced to watch helplessly as their life energy was drained out of them. You bitch! This is all your fault. Emperor Zhao's eyes flashed dangerously as he glared fixedly at Emperor Lung. While Emperor Lung felt intense anger and hatred, she was mostly at a loss. She felt helpless. Surely, no one would not be able to do anything about this if even the strongest of them all, Gu Tong, was helpless. They could only watch as Dao Yuanzi drained their life energy out of them. We're just waiting to die. The same thought surfaced on everyone's minds. The only thing that they could do now was to wait for death to arrive. They could only wait for the life-devouring formation to refine their life energy while they were still alive, and for Dao Yuanzi to use the energy to forge his so-called blood cessation demon body. Most of them had completely given up hope. Gu King, is it true that I can dismantle the life-devouring formation as long as I shatter Dao Yuanzi's defensive cover? Jian Wushuang was holding Lung Rushuang in his embrace, but in his head, he was having a conversation with Gu King's consciousness. "What are you planning to do?" Gu King asked. "I remember you once said that I can forcefully swallow the drop of blood essence in the event of certain death and try to fight for a chance of survival from there," Jian Wushuang said calmly. "Oh." Jian Wushuang's expression shifted. "If you do as I say, I can guarantee that you can take your little girlfriend and storm out of this formation alive," Gu King said. "Just us both? What about the rest?" Jian Wushuang asked. "You still have the mood to think about others under such circumstances? You're better off worrying about yourself," Gu King scolded. "How good are my chances if I gain strength from absorbing the blood essence and shatter Dao Yuanzi's defensive cover?" Jian Wushuang once again asked. "Dao Yuanzi's defensive cover can't be underestimated for its carved out of the life-devouring formation. Even Gu King Tong was unable to cause any damage to it after using all of his strength. That's how strong it is. If you gain a short-term explosive growth in strength after absorbing the blood essence, you might be stronger than Gu King Tong, but you stand at most a 10% chance of shattering Dao Yuanzi's defensive cover." Gu King said solemnly. 10%. Jian Wushuang muttered. However, he appeared to have made up his mind. "That's enough." Gu King was stunned. "What are you saying, Jian Wushuang? If you tell me there's not even the slightest chance of success, maybe I would listen to you and escape with Lung Rushuang. But my senior brother, Emperor Shao and Di Jing, who I'm indebted to, and my 2 brothers for life are all trapped in this defensive cover. There are also still countless innocent people still here. For them, never mind a 10% chance, even a 1% chance is enough for me to go all out and fight for our survival." Jian Wushuang's voice was icy cold and carried an unprecedented sense of determination. Relationships had always mattered to him the most, be it brotherhood or those he was indebted to. He also cared for those who once watched over him or even saved his life back then. He had burned these memories deep into his mind. Now that he knew he still had a shred of chance, he could still give it his all and try to fight for everyone's survival. He did not care if he would have to pay a steep price for his attempt or that there was a mere 10% chance of success. He would make good use of the chance anyway. He could not bring himself to ignore his 2 brothers, his senior brother, Emperor Shao, and the others, and escape with Lung Rushuang. "Have you already made up your mind?" Gu King asked solemnly. Considering the current situation, he did not try to persuade Jian Wushuang. He respected Jian Wushuang's choice. "Gu King, should I fail, please find a way to leave this place with Lung Rushuang." Chapter 957, Earth-Shattering Roar. Chapter 957, Earth-Shattering Roar. "Gu King, should I fail, please find a way to leave this place with Lung Rushuang." When Jian Wushuang's placid voice rang in Gu King's mind, he could sense Jian Wushuang's buried determination. "I'll try my best." Gu King nodded solemnly. Jian Wushuang smiled, but his gaze was resting on Lung Rushuang, who was in his embrace. He lowered his head and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Then he placed her on Gu King's back. Then he closed his eyes. The blood essence that originated from 8-star imperial god King Luozhen was enveloped in his inexhaustible force of blood vessels. There was only 70% of it left. He took in a deep breath and promptly allowed the force of blood vessels to wash over the drop of blood essence. He did not hesitate and engulfed the blood essence in one go. He forcefully absorbed the 70% left of the blood essence. Kaboom! An unprecedented, strong, ancient god power exploded within Jian Wushuang. This ancient god power gushed out of his body and sent shockwaves throughout the world. The helpless souls, who had lost all hope, turned to look at him in alarm. They were deeply startled when they noticed the terrifying power coming from Jian Wushuang. Unprecedented, aghast expressions appeared on their faces. They could tell that the power bursting out of Jian Wushuang was far stronger than what came out of King Gutong. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and the rest stared at Jian Wushuang. They once again gained a renewed sense of hope after witnessing Jian Wushuang's enormous power. Even if that hope was so pathetically minuscule, it was enough to get their hearts thumping wildly. What they were seeing was a youngster in the Eternal Realm, but he was someone who had created countless miracles on this battlefield. He had already displayed the shockingly powerful magic weapon pavilion that contained 103,800 Emperor weapons during the battle in the recruitment assembly. Then, with his Eternal Realm cultivation, he fought Xiameng, the genius from the Eternal World, who was already a Dao Master. He used his Thunderbolt skill to deliver Xiameng such a crushing defeat that he nearly killed the latter. When the war subsequently broke out, he alone confronted 3 Dao Masters and used one move to kill one of them. Then, the immortal army of the Xia clan was dispatched and immediately turned the tides of the battlefield to their side. Emperor Zhao's army was forced to retreat little by little. It was at that moment that Jian Wushuang once again appeared to help Emperor Shao to capture that enormous worm beast. Jian Wushuang had unleashed a terrifying consciousness attack and sound wave attack. Once the sound wave died, the immortal army of the Xia clan all perished, and the situation soon favored Emperor Zhao's side again. Jian Wushuang had turned the situation on its end with a single smooth move. Just earlier, Xia Yong, the Dao Master, as well as the strongest factor that the Xia clan had relied on for so many years, had joined the battle. Ultimately, it was still Jian Wushuang, a mere Eternal Realm dweller, who used some kind of trick to produce an unbelievably mighty power. He unleashed 3 pointers in succession, each one stronger than the one before. Xia Yong suffered such a crushing defeat that he had to pay a steep price to use a life-saving secret skill just to keep himself alive. Everything that had happened could be dubbed a series of miracles, yet they all happened to him alone. Jian Wushuang was now once again making a shocking move in a time where others were despairing about the life-devouring formation and resigning themselves to their deaths. Would he be able to create yet another unbelievable miracle? Over in the camp of the Xia clan, there was a gathering of surviving experts who were staring at Jian Wushuang. What kind of a trouble can that lowly beast create at this stage? Could he really kill that Dao Yuanzi? I doubt it. Xia Tao said coldly. I really hope that he'd succeed. Xia Yong stood at the rear of the camp as he stared coolly at Jian Wushuang. If he really manages to kill Dao Yuanzi, then he'd be saving us all. Our grudge, on the other hand, humph, I bet he has to pay quite a steep price for all those moves he used. Even if he really kills Dao Yuanzi, I'm sure he'll lose his life as well. That saves us the trouble of taking revenge on him. Countless gazes that harbored anticipation and all sorts of complicated emotions were focused on Jian Wushuang. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang was experiencing overwhelmingly great changes in his body. After forcefully absorbing all of the remaining blood essence from King Luozhen, he felt the majestic ancient god power coursing violently through his body. The unprecedented impact on his body made him clench his teeth as he endured the intense pain within. It took him a great effort to control the ancient god power. Others would only be able to detect that his strength had exploded several times over. The quadrangular star imprinted in his mid-brows once again transformed. When he tried to engulf 30% of the blood essence in the past, he had merely reached the peak of 4-star level. However, there was now another star that had condensed in his mid-brows. Then yet another one appeared. The changes in Jian Wushuang showed no sign of stopping, and the remaining ancient god power frantically created a final star, making it the 7th star. However, the 7th star failed to be fully condensed and left only an illusory shadow on his skin. 6 stars. 6-star imperial ancient god. He was even so close to becoming a 7-star Imperial Ancient God. This was the kind of short-term strength that Jian Wushuang gained after forcefully engulfing the drop of blood essence. He currently had his eyes closed as his body trembled ever so slightly because of the intense pain that he felt. What's wrong with him? There were countless people who had their gazes firmly planted on Jian Wushuang. Even Dao Yuanzi, who stood safely under his defensive cover, could not help looking over at him. Finally, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. The moment his eyelids flew open, a dark golden thunderlight that seemed capable of ravaging the earth flitted across his pupils. Roar! The piercing pain, unlike any that he had ever felt before, caused him to involuntarily let out a roar. It was a roar that was enough to shock every living creature in the world. The roar contained Jian Wushuang's determination to save his brothers, senior brother, and his savior Emperor Shao, even if it meant his death. It was simultaneously a roar that came out of the millions of innocent folks, directed at Dao Yuanzi. The roar startled the world and petrified heaven. It swept the 8 desolate lands and looked down upon all living in this world. Even more importantly, it signified an anger that Jian Wushuang had never experienced. This roar reached all the way up to the 9 heavens. It charged forward, all while carrying the ancient god power that had leaked out of Jian Wushuang. Standing in front of Jian Wushuang was none other than the group of experts from the Xia clan. The sound wave imbued with ancient god power washed over them. No, the several great experts of the Xia clan, including the most powerful one of them all, Xia Yong, emitted blood-curdling screeches. Then, their bodies that were enveloped in the sound wave began to shatter like pieces of paper. When the roar subsided, the place where the Xia clan experts had stood was entirely empty. Ancestor Xia Yong, the current master of the clan Xia Tao, as well as his heir, Xia Ming, had all vanished within the roar. Chapter 958, Mountain and Rivers as the Palm, 9 Continents as the Seal. Chapter 958, Mountain and Rivers as the Palm, 9 Continents as the Seal. The earth-shattering roar lingered in the world, dissipating only after a long time had passed. The countless martial artists present felt a jolt down their spirits after hearing the roar. They were shaking from the bottom of their hearts. A mere roar from him had vanquished the top Dao masters of the Xia clan, including the holy master Xia Yong. What kind of absurd strength was this? 6-star supreme ancient god, even approaching the 7-star level? Even Gu Tong, who was a 7-star imperial ancient god, could not help feeling startled after seeing this scene. I understand now. This youngster was likely harboring a drop of blood essence that one of the ancient gods left behind, and that ancient god must be particularly strong, perhaps much stronger than me at my peak. What a pity. With such a drop of blood essence, he would have become a 6-star imperial ancient god in the future at the very least. But now that he has forcefully engulfed it, he has completely wasted it. Not only that, it's hard to say if he'll even survive it. Gu Tong quietly muttered to himself. Yet he also understood that Jian Wushuang had no other choice under the current circumstances. His only option was to forcefully engulf the ancient god power in the drop of blood essence and fight for a chance of survival. Unfortunately, only one person can refine the imparted drop of blood essence. Otherwise, such a powerful drop is enough to help me recover at least half of my strength. It would be so much easier to break out of this life-devouring formation then. But we can only depend on this youngster now, Gu Tong said to himself. All eyes were on Jian Wushuang. Earlier, they had harbored only a small hope and wished only for Jian Wushuang to create another miracle. Now that they detected his terrifying aura and powerful strength, their hope became more and more intense. Perhaps, just perhaps, Jian Wushuang might be able to create another miracle. Jian Wushuang continued to hover in the void after letting out the roar, feeling the explosive ancient god power within him easing a little. He abruptly raised his head and glared at Dao Yuanzi with a pair of eyes that harbored an intense killing intent. Then, in the next second, he made his move. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, his every step so heavy that it crushed the void. His every step easily spanned 1,000 miles. In just a few steps, he found himself in front of the defensive cover that enveloped Dao Yuanzi. He then threw a punch with his large hand, sending a flowing light flying at Dao Yuanzi. What did he send out? Since everyone was staring fixedly at Jian Wushuang, they had obviously noticed his actions. They wanted to find out what that flying light was. Soon they saw what it was. The flying light was actually a peerlessly beautiful picture scroll. The picture scroll unveiled itself along with Jian Wushuang's tossing motion and vanished into the world shortly after, just as everyone was puzzled over Jian Wushuang's actions. Buzz! The strange radiance suddenly flared. The endless blue dome of heaven above them began to undergo changes. What's wrong? W, what is this? Everyone stared wide-eyed at what was unfolding in the sky, stupefied. Even Dao Yuanzi, who was still under the defensive cover, looked up. They watched as the large and splendid world scroll thoroughly took over the vast sky. The world scroll that covered the entire blue dome of heaven slowly flowed like running water. Everyone stared fixedly at it, and for a moment they saw a vast and inconceivable world in it. The mountains and rivers in the world made for a breathtaking vista. The most attention-grabbing detail was the 9 continents that stood in 9 different nooks of this immense world. Any of the continents was far larger than the Tang Kingdom of the East, even exceeding that of the entire ancient world. Inside those continents were countless cities and people. The people that lived there were like real living beings, their aura as strong as that of the martial artists of the ancient world. Everyone could not help immersing themselves in the world scroll. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang was already standing next to Dao Yuanzi. He lifted his right hand, and his enhanced ancient god power flowed frantically into his palm. The terrifying power had completely condensed in the hollow of his palm. Jian Wushuang's eyes abruptly focused on Dao Yuanzi. Pale golden light flitted across his pupils. Mountain river map. Mountains and rivers as the palm, 9 continents as the seal. Jian Wushuang paused between each word, which contained a special kind of magical power. One of the 9 continents that were larger than the entire ancient world within the world scroll appeared to have come to life. It even felt as if the continent was slowly emerging out of the scroll as a real entity. Boom! The continent was emerging out of the scroll. It was something unreal, something that existed only in the scroll. Yet it had truly stepped out of the world scroll. The scroll emerged out of the scroll, countless times smaller, but it was still large enough to cast a shadow over the imperial palace. The scroll's might was so terrifying that everyone could feel goosebumps. Oh God! W, what kind of skill is this? He created an entire continent, or is this a world? It's actually real. Unbelievable. This skill is unbelievable. Voices layered with disbelief and shock reverberated in the air like explosions. Jian Wushuang's terrifying skill had exceeded everyone's imagination. Even experienced and knowledgeable ones like Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and the rest had never seen such an unbelievable skill. How did a continent emerge out of a scroll like it was real? Even Dao Yuanzi was startled when he saw the towering continent that had appeared above his head. This sort of skill had shocked even him. Right at this moment, Jian Wushuang was shrouded in a killing intent so intense that it made others tremble. Dao Yuanzi! The ear-splitting roar burst out of Jian Wushuang's mouth, once again causing a destructive storm in the air. You shouldn't come to this world. You shouldn't lay down this life-devouring formation at the cost of millions of innocent lives just to forge your so-called blood cessation demon body. For the sake of the Tang of the East and the millions of people here, you must die. The Qing province of the 9 provinces act as the seal that split open the heavens. Boom! The continent that originated from the scroll had completely descended on this world. Chapter 959, that's impossible. Chapter 959, that's impossible. An endless stretch of land is divided into 9 provinces. The mountains and rivers as my palms and 9 provinces as seals, creating a world. Jian Wushuang activated the powerful mountain river map. He had received 3 treasures from Xian Yi, and this map was the 3rd and most precious one among the 3. The map depicted a vast stretch of land. It was divided into 9 provinces, each containing a magical seal. To master the art of using this magical map, one had to learn a secret skill called 9 Province Seal. Jian Wushuang had acquired this treasure shortly before the selection ceremony and spent 3 years studying this map and the secret skill before barely mastering the first move of the skill. At that time, however, he had been unable to put that move into use since he did not have enough powers to activate the map. After all, it would consume a huge amount of spiritual power to use a seal on the map. It would consume even more power than Jian Wushuang's 9th heaven, sword formation, and 3 fingers of the ancient god would. The reason he was able to use this move now was that he had absorbed all the remaining essence blood of King Luozhen, which had given him the top-notch 6-star ancient god power. The first move of 9 Province Seal used Qing Province on the map as the seal. Its actual name was Sky-Splitting Seal. Split the heavens, Jian Wushuang shouted, and then a vast continent emerged out of the map. At this moment, both the heavens and the earth were roaring, and all living creatures could not help shuddering. Trillions of living creatures in the 36 prefectures within Tang of the East seemed to feel the emergence of the continent. They were thrilled and began screaming in anger. Jian Wushuang had never been so determined, and his killing intent had never been this strong. Also, he had never used such a mighty move before. He was now fighting for trillions of living creatures in Tang of the East who were longing for life. They were filled with raging indignation and desperately wanted to kill Dao Yuanzi. They pinned their hope on this magical continent. In an instant, the continent of Qing province pressed down on the defensive cover created by Dao Yuanzi with enormous ferocity. Boom! The brutal force began to twist the space, and the surrounding space quickly shattered into pieces. As the force expanded on the battlefield, the bystanders were compelled to withdraw, leaving only Jian Wushuang and Dao Yuanzi on it. While the ancient god power was rapidly rushing to Jian Wushuang's palms to increase the powers of the Qing province seal, his eyes and palms became red, and his face was crazily twisted. Humph! Even if you were a 6-star ancient god, you would never be able to destroy our blood-killing sex, life-devouring formation. It's complete now. You can never break it. Dao Yuanzi shouted loudly and assertively under his defensive cover. Life-devouring formation was the most evil formation of the blood-killing sect. Its powers were remarkable. It was indeed impossible for Jian Wushuang to demolish it with just the top-notch 6-star ancient god power. Haha, it's useless. No one can stop me from nourishing my blood-killing demon body with the vitality of living creatures in Tang of the East. No one can stop me. As Dao Yuanzi snarled wildly under his defensive cover, the light of the cover got increasingly bright and glaring. No one can stop you. Now watch this. Jian Wushuang said. His voice sounded like thunder. It covered all the other sounds between earth and sky and was transmitted directly into the ears of Dao Yuanzi. In the meantime, the vast continent of Qing province pressed even harder on Dao Yuanzi's protective cover. The powers of this seal finally surged to their highest level. Crack! Although it was just a slight cracking sound, it still quickly caught the attention of the bystanders. The next moment, they burst into hysterics and could not help cheering. Upon hearing the cracking sound, Dao Yuanzi was frightened to death. That's impossible. That's impossible. Dao Yuanzi shouted loudly and desperately, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had never appeared so scared and panicked since he had begun his cultivation. He couldn't believe what had happened. How come a person who's barely able to wield the 6-star ancient god battle strength with the aid of an external force could crack my 36 diabolic pillars and my life-devouring formation? This is impossible. This is impossible unless... Dao Yuanzi thought, and then suddenly lifted up his head to look at the world map in the sky. This world map looks incredibly fascinating. Is there anything special about it? Its aura seems quite antique and sophisticated. Is it a? Dao Yuanzi wondered. The next moment, he could not help but voice his thought. A chaos divine treasure. This world map is a chaos divine treasure. How is this possible? Dao Yuanzi shouted as if he was going mad. In his eyes, the entire world now looked unbelievably crazy. That's impossible. That's impossible. No one in this realm can own a chaos divine treasure. He shouted furiously, his heart and his whole body shaking violently with fear. He was confident that Jian Wushuang would never be able to demolish his life-devouring formation with the 6-star ancient god battle strength. Nevertheless, he had never expected that the boy had a chaos divine treasure. This chaos divine treasure was even more powerful than his own blood-killing plate armor. As far as he knew, no one in this realm was able to own such a high-level treasure, which was rare in this universe. However, Jian Wushuang showed him such a treasure. Cracks began to appear in many parts of his defensive cover, which meant that it was already on the verge of collapse. No! Dao Yuanzi shouted in horror. Nevertheless, the defensive cover did not follow his instructions anymore. With a loud, crisp cracking sound, it shattered into pieces, leaving him unprotected. Go to hell! Jian Wushuang shouted loudly. The vast continent of Qing province pressed down on Dao Yuanzi with great ferocity, smashing all his bones to pieces. I'll never reconcile. Never reconcile. Dao Yuanzi shrieked frantically toward the sky. A moment later, he was pressed deep into the ground by the continent of Qing province. Thus this fight left a huge sinkhole on the battlefield, whose diameter was several thousand kilometers. When the continent of Qing province dispersed in the space, there were absolutely no signs of life at the bottom of the sinkhole. Jian Wushuang stood on the vast battlefield alone. Everyone and everything between earth and sky were silent. Chapter 960, The End of the Battle. Chapter 960, The End of the Battle. The world map above in the void slowly rolled up and fell down. The 36 diabolic pillars, which were covered with mysterious lines and patterns, suddenly burst open and could no longer suppress the 36 prefectures of Tang of the East. The gray defensive cover above Tang of the East began to disperse. Countless living beings in Tang of the East noticed that the vitality of their lives ceased to drain away. They erupted into cheers. The life-devouring formation has been demolished. Everyone on the battlefield was thrilled too. At this moment, all of them fixed their gaze upon the youth in the center of the huge battlefield. Jian Wushuang stood there alone. He was just a young man with Eternal Realm. However, it was this youth that had achieved an incredible miracle once again. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also turned his head to look at the crowd, kindly and smilingly. I, Jian Wushuang, never let my relatives and friends down. I never let you down in the past, and I'll never let you down in the future. Jian Wushuang said plainly and somewhat relievedly. Upon hearing that, the crowd burst into a spontaneous cheer. Third brother! Shouted Wang Yuan and Yang Zaishuan. They were particularly excited. They had only been able to stand by and watch the fight during the battles, since they were far beyond their levels. They had been shocked and outraged when seeing Jian Wushuang fall into crisis. Now, when they saw him kill Dao Yuanzi and demolish life-devouring formation, they were so proud that they could not help but ran toward Jian Wushuang. "Don't go there," Alchemy Master said, and stopped them with his arm outstretched in front of them. "Is there anything wrong?" asked Wang Yuan confusedly. Alchemy Master did not reply, but he wore an exceptionally solemn expression on his face. Not only him, but also the other powerful and wise experts such as Gu Tong, Emperor Shao, and Emperor Yin all discovered that Jian Wushuang did not feel right. They even believed that he was suffering. He has forced himself to absorb such powerful inheritance, essence, blood, Gu Tong sighed secretly. As an expert with Eternal Realm, he can never control such a formidable power. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Shao sighed, feeling uneasy. His face became pale. Not far away from Jian Wushuang crouched a large centipede, Gu King. It also fixed its red eyes upon Jian Wushuang. As for Lung Wushuang, she still remained unconscious. Gu King had already sent her to Emperor Shao instead of carrying her on its back. Now that life-devouring formation was demolished. Gu King did not have to carry her around to keep her safe. "Young man, I've advised you not to get involved in this mess. You chose to play the hero yourself. Now, you saved others, but your own life is in great danger now," murmured Gu King. Jian Wushuang quietly stood at the center of the battlefield, looking calm and collected on the outside, but actually he was resisting a strong impact inside. The ancient god power contained in the inheritance essence, blood of King Luozhen, was eroding his insides. This caused unbearable pains to him and made him feel as if his insides had been set on fire and his bones smashed into pieces. "I guess I have no choice now," Jian Wushuang thought with a bitter smile on his face. Boom! His huge body shook and exploded into a dense blood fog in front of everyone. Drops of blood began to fall toward the center of the battlefield, giving everyone present a shock. "Third brother!" Wang Yuan and Yang Zishuan were overwhelmed by the sadness. "Junior brother!" Xue Lingtian turned pale with fright. Right at this moment, excitement suddenly flickered within the eyes of Gu King, who had been staying around Jian Wushuang in the void all this while. It stared straight ahead and spotted a drop of dark, golden blood in the blood fog. All the drops in the fog were red, except that one. Gu King acted immediately. It rustled into the blood fog instantly and opened its mouth to catch and swallow the drop of dark, golden blood. In the meantime, its tentacles all stood up, ready to clear up the battlefield. It used its tentacles to pick up Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring and mountain river map, as well as Dao Yuanzi's treasures. After that, it gave a long roar towards the sky and then tunneled into ground. Boom! It swiftly entered the depths of the sinkhole and then the underground world, disappearing from everyone's view. This scene stunned everyone present. Upon seeing that, they reached the same conclusion. Jian Wushuang must be dead. He turned himself into a dense blood fog. There's no chance that he is still alive. His worm beast escaped with all his and Dao Yuanzi's treasures. All of a sudden, the world became quiet. "You bitch, look what you've done." Emperor Shao was furious and stared at Emperor Lung, who was standing right in front of him. Sadness was evident on the beautiful face of Emperor Lung. Her eyes were vacant, and her attitude was cold regardless of how everyone else looked at her. Despite that, she could not help feeling painful inside. The next moment, when Emperor Shao came at her and suppressed her, she did not resist at all. "Xian Yi, I've tried my best to fight this battle today. The agreement between you and me ends here. Goodbye." King Gu Tong sent a message to Xian Yi. After that, he swished his hand to open a wormhole in the void and left through it. At this point in time, this unprecedentedly fierce battle finally concluded. Dao Yuanzi was killed, and Jian Wushuang was believed to be dead. His worm beast was thought to have fled with all their treasures. It ended, someone murmured. What an incredible battle. It's finally over, someone exclaimed. It had too many twists and turns, someone added. Jian Wushuang is such a peerless genius, a once-in-a-generation talent. Unfortunately, he's dead, someone sighed. What a pity, someone echoed. The crowd burst into exclamations and sighs. Chapter 961. Regained Consciousness. Chapter 961. Regained Consciousness. The battle ended. It was an unprecedentedly fierce battle which had shaken the earth and heavens. The moment it concluded, the stories about it began spreading throughout the eternal world at an amazing rate. In only a few days, the entire eternal world heard about this shocking piece of news. Everyone was astonished. No one had ever thought that the mysterious national master of Tang of the East had been secretly scheming against the country. No one had expected the famous Emperor Lung and the Xia clan to be the national master's accomplices. Days after the battle, warriors in Tang of the East were still in shock. After all, they had nearly been annihilated by those people. An entire Tang of the East had nearly been turned into an abandoned land. Both of the two belligerent parties had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Nearly 2/3 of the Dao masters engaged in this battle were killed, and the situation was even worse for those serving under Emperor Lung. Among her 24 bodyguards, only 6 of them survived. Emperor Lung herself was also suppressed by Emperor Shao. As for the Xia clan, it suffered a devastating blow. As the #1 overlord clan in Tang of the East, the Xia clan had displayed a formidable strength in the battle. It just had never expected that its most elite troop, the Immortal army, would have been annihilated by Jian Wushuang. Many high-level experts of the clan were killed during the battle, including Ancestor Xiaoyong and Master Xiatao. It could be argued that nearly all the high-level experts of the Xia clan were killed in this battle. Without them, the clan could no longer maintain its position as the #1 overlord clan in Tang of the East. To make matters worse, they had to suffer oppression at the hands of Emperor Shao, as now he regained control of this country. The former #1 overlord clan of Tang of the East could hardly restore its power and influence in the future. In this sense, Emperor Lung and the Xia clan were totally defeated. They were destroyed and had absolutely no strength left for counterattack or even struggle. When trillions of living creatures in Tang of the East knew what Dao Yuanzi, Emperor Lung, and the Xia clan had done, they were filled with raging indignation. They would never forgive Emperor Lung or let her control their country, even if she started all over again someday. When the entire eternal world was impressed and moved by this fierce battle, all the cultivators in this world remembered a name: Jian Wushuang. He was such a super genius and had created so many miracles on the battlefield. He was the cause of this battle. He was also the hero of this battle. He had completely turned the tables on his enemies during this battle by annihilating the Xia clan's Immortal army. He had defeated Ancestor Xiaoyong of the Xia clan with just 3 fingers. When Dao Yuanzi's evil plan had been exposed and everyone on his side had felt helpless, he had saved everyone and suppressed Dao Yuanzi with amazing powers. He was no doubt a hero with astounding capabilities. In the meantime, all the cultivators found it hard to believe that this dazzling hero and creator of miracles on the battlefield was just an expert with eternal realm. Therefore, they could only describe him as a genius, an exceptional genius, or even a monster. To their great disappointment, this genius died during the unprecedentedly fierce battle. Everyone present at the scene had witnessed his death. He turned himself into a dense blood fog, from which no one could manage to come back to life. No matter how much the warriors admired his abilities and strengths, they could only sigh wistfully every time they thought of him. Gradually, 10 years passed. During those years, Jian Wushuang gradually became just a name and a legend, which would be mentioned occasionally by the people in the world. No matter how amazing he had been, he could hardly avoid the fate of being gradually forgotten by them. No one expected Jian Wushuang, this legendary figure in the history of Tang of the East and the Eternal World, to be able to come back to life 10 years after he had turned himself into a blood fog. At this moment, a red worm beast with countless tentacles was crouching inside a cave mansion several thousand kilometers below the ground. A dark golden light spot was floating inside the void in front of its head. "Gu King, where are we?" Jian Wushuang's voice came from the light spot. He had just regained his consciousness. "That's not important. You just need to know that you're safe here. You can restore your body as soon as possible at this place," replied Gu King. "Restore my body," Jian Wushuang said dryly. He had spent 10 years reviving his consciousness contained in the drop of ancient god essence blood, which was dark golden in color, and now he had to restore his body step by step based on this drop of blood, which was the only remaining part of his body. It took me so many years to restore my consciousness. Compared to this process, body restoration is much more complicated. I don't know how long it will take to complete this job, added Jian Wushuang. "Well, it was you who did this to yourself, wasn't it?" Gu King teased. "If you had followed my advice and left with your little girlfriend, none of this would have happened. Your body would be all right. So would the 70% of essence blood of King Luozhen." Jian Wushuang was struck speechless, but deep inside his heart, he did not feel regret for his choice at all. Fortunately, you always stick to an inverse cultivation method, and when your body turned into a blood fog, you happened to be at the level where you were equipped with everlasting realm. This realm enabled you to come back to life. Without it, you were dead long ago, added Gu King, somewhat grumpily. Jian Wushuang chuckled bitterly while feeling that he had to agree with Gu King. Forcing himself to absorb all the remaining essence blood of King Luozhen could be considered as a suicide behavior. Nevertheless, with the help of everlasting realm, he did not need to worry about his own life. As long as he still remained at this level of cultivation, he would never succeed in killing himself no matter how hard he tried. As long as there was a drop of his blood left in this world, he could survive. Not to mention that Gu King had quickly spotted and protected the drop of blood when his body had exploded into a blood fog. "Oh, yeah. What happened after that battle?" asked Jian Wushuang. "What else could happen? You killed Dao Yuanzi and demolished his life-devouring formation. As such, you guys won the battle, but you suffered heavy losses as well," said Gu King. "My side suffered heavy losses. This battle must have greatly sapped the strength of Tang of the East." Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh in his heart, although this result met his expectations. "I'll restore my body and regain my powers as quickly as I can. I have to return to Tang of the East as early as possible," said Jian Wushuang. Chapter 962, The Eternal Chaotic World. Chapter 962, The Eternal Chaotic World. "Are you saying that you want to quickly restore your body?" "You'd better give up that idea," said Gu King. "Look at yourself. You can't restore your body within a short period of time. That said, I have to admit that you're lucky. After you killed that Dao Yuanzi, I managed to get his interspatial ring. This guy from the blood-killing sect stored many treasures in the ring, and some of them can help you restore your body and strength. However, even with the help of these treasures, it'll still take you at least 1,000 years to restore your body." 1,000 years! Jian Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment while groaning inwardly. "Are you kidding? It has been at most 500 years since I was born. Now I need to spend 1,000 years restoring my body and strength. And this is the best result that can be achieved using the treasures left by Dao Yuanzi. It's only 1,000 years. It's really quick. It'll pass in a blink of an eye," said Gu King. Jian Wushuang felt helpless. After a moment, he asked, "Gu King, do you know where did that Dao Yuanzi come from? And what was the blood-killing sect? Those guys didn't belong to this place, right? He was curious about them. You're right. Dao Yuanzi did come from another place. Gu King nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang, as you know, there are always skies beyond our skies and people better and stronger than us. Our realm is big enough for us, but that doesn't mean that it's the only realm in the world. I know this, Jian Wushuang admitted. He had come to understand this fact back in the Star Island when he had first known the existence of Star Bloodline. Back then, he had noticed that the founder of the Star Bloodline seemed to possess powers that did not belong to this realm. Apart from the founder of the Star Bloodline, King Luozhen, an 8-star imperial god also seemed to have such powers. The world we're in is vast and far beyond your imagination, and it's known by the name Eternal Chaotic World. Gu King explained, Eternal Chaotic World consists of many realms, which were also known as Eternal Worlds. Thus our Eternal World is only part of the Eternal Chaotic World. Every Eternal World has its own name. As far as I know, your Eternal World is known by the name Green Fire World. Green Fire World. Jian Wushuang wondered in amazement. He had never heard of this name before. In the past, warriors in the Green Fire World usually referred to this world as the Eternal World. Nevertheless, the Green Fire World is actually just one of the many eternal worlds. Does this principle also apply to the ancient world? After all, the ancient world also consists of many equal realms, thought Jian Wushuang. There are countless experts in this vast, eternal, chaotic world, and some of them possess powers that are way beyond our imagination. For example, a Tao master could be considered as the top dog in his or her eternal world. But compared to the top-notch experts of the eternal chaotic world, a Tao master is nothing. All the first-rate experts of the eternal chaotic world possess mighty powers, such as the founder of the Star Bloodline and my former master, King Luozhen. The former could create a vast stellar fog sea with just a movement of his hand, and the latter was an 8-star imperial god. As for the 7-star imperial god king, Gutong, that you saw in the previous battle, he can never compete with King Luozhen in power, Gu King added. Both Gutong and King Luozhen are imperial gods, and the former is just one level below the latter. Why is there such a huge difference between them? Jian Wushuang asked. One level makes a lot of difference, Gu King said sneeringly. You're still too weak to understand that now. When your levels get significantly improved, you'll be able to explore the other realms. At that time, you'll understand. There is only 1 star's difference between the 7-star imperial god and the 8-star imperial god, but that 1 star makes a huge difference. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang could not help but feel astonished. Compared to the first-rate experts of the eternal chaotic world, Dao Yuanzi was just a nobody. However, the blood-killing sect he belonged to is widely known. It's the evilest sect in the world. Even the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen could not afford to mess with them, said Gu King. Wow, I see. Jian Wushuang nodded. You're still weak and don't need this kind of knowledge at this moment. I will tell you all the things that you should know when you become a Tao master and are able to freely explore the eternal chaotic world. At present, the most important thing is to restore your body and become a Tao master, said Gu King. Yes, you're right. Jian Wushuang agreed. Take your time, restore your body first, said Gu King. You forced yourself to absorb the essence blood left by King Luozhen and wasted 90% of its power. But you managed to refine a small volume of it and integrate it into your body. When you recover, your strength should be improved. Oh! Jian Wushuang was surprised. During the previous battle, he had compelled himself to absorb the essence blood and wasted a good part of it. However, a small volume of it was still left in the drop of blood that he had left in this world. This essence blood would probably do him some good in the future. In addition, among the many treasures left by Dao Yuanzi, Some of them are pretty useful to you. You can try them out after you've recovered, said Gu King. Treasures left by Dao Yuanzi? Jian Wushuang felt thrilled. As an expert of the eternal chaotic world and a disciple of the blood-killing sect, Dao Yuanzi must have many priceless treasures. His blood-killing plate armor is really amazing. During the previous battle, when King Gutong first arrived at the battlefield, he could severely injure Dao Yuanzi with just a punch. His battle strength is clearly much stronger than that of Dao Yuanzi. However, the next moment when Dao Yuanzi put on his blood-killing plate armor, his strength increased so much that he managed to resist King Gutong in the end. Obviously, it was his blood-killing plate armor that had drastically improved his powers, thought Jian Wushuang. Look at you. What a naive boy. The treasures left by Dao Yuanzi are good, and some of them are useful to you. However, all his treasures combined cannot compete with your mountain river map, said Gu King. Mountain river map? Jian Wushuang was stunned and then thought of this treasure. It was this mountain river map that had enabled him to destroy his enemies during the previous battle. Back on that battlefield, he had managed to activate the map and use a 9-province seal skill to crush Dao Yuanzi and his life-devouring formation during the last minutes of the battle. Chapter 963. Send a message to say hi. Chapter 963. Send a message to say hi. Jian Wushuang knew that swallowing the essence blood and gaining the battle strength of an imperial god were not the only reasons he destroyed the life-threatening formation and killed Dao Yuanzi. He had assistance from the mountain river map as well. At that time, Dao Yuanzi had looked furious, and it was also because of the mountain river map. According to Dao Yuanzi, the mountain river map was a chaos divine treasure. What is a chaos divine treasure? Jian Wushuang had no idea what that was. It's a rare kind of treasure that exists in the eternal chaotic world. Although a chaos divine treasure is not very much of a use for experts, such as Star Bloodline's founder and King Luozhen, it can be enormously helpful for experts who are weaker. Someone like King Gutong, who is in his peak days, would covet a chaos divine treasure, King Gu said seriously. Is it that precious? Jian Wushuang looked surprised. It is. King Gu continued. Furthermore, the map has been refined with a special technique which hides its scent. That's why I failed to recognize it as a chaos divine treasure until you used it in that battle. Jian Wushuang, did your master give this map to you? Yes, he did. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. I am getting increasingly curious about your master. He granted you a secret skill to raise the intensity of your awareness, 13,800 Emperor weapon as your wedding gifts, and even a chaos divine treasure, Gu sighed in awe, putting aside the secret technique to strengthen one's awareness. As for the 13,800 Emperor weapon, it meant little to King Gu as well. After all, in the eternal chaotic world, an Emperor weapon was too ordinary. But a chaos divine treasure was a different story. Only a few experts possess chaos divine treasures in the eternal chaotic world, and the ones that are able to cultivate them are even fewer, King Gu added. Your master gave you a chaos divine treasure. This shows that he must have an outstanding background. Maybe he is not as powerful as Star Bloodline's founder and King Luozhen, but he must be famous in the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang agreed. His master, Palace Master Xian Yi, had always been mysterious. His origin, background, strength, and everything else about him remained a secret to everyone. Before Jian Wushuang, he had accepted 3 disciples. They did not practice hard, yet all of them became Dao masters. Xue Lingtian had even almost reached the peak of rank 3. Later, Palace Master Xian Yi accepted him. In the beginning, Xian Yi was an attentive master to Jian Wushuang. Later, Jian Wushuang was allowed to wander in the outside world without Xian Yi's interferences. Only when Jian Wushuang was in trouble With Xian, Yi came to his disciples' rescue. On the selection ceremony, he had prepared 13,800 Emperor weapons, which was unbelievable to the green fire world. When Xian Yi had first learned about the ceremony, he started to prepare the gifts. When the gifts finally arrived, 3 years had passed. He prepared 13,800 Emperor weapons in 3 years. And King Gutong turned out to be Ancient Sect's sect master. Back in the Firmament territory, Ancient Sect's sect master had always been recognized as the greatest expert. However, during Jian Wushuang's stay in the Firmament territory, he had never met the sect master, let alone witnessed the master's swordsmanship. He never imagined that the Ancient Sect's sect master turned out to be a 7-star imperial god. The ancient god clan from the eternal zone of Firmament territory was most likely to be linked as well. In addition, King Gutong seemed to have helped Jian Wushuang on Xian Yi's order. Xian Yi could dispatch even a 7-star imperial god. And he actually had a chaos divine treasure like the mountain river map. Everything showed that Xian Yi possessed great capabilities. I haven't talked to my master in a long time. I should send a message to pay my respects. Jian Wushuang decided and immediately took out a message token from his interspatial ring. Although he was injured, he could still send messages through message tokens. Master, I am still alive. Jian Wushuang sent a very brief message. Moments after he sent his message, he received a response from Xian Yi. I know. Xian Yi's voice was indifferent and did not sound surprised at all. When I accepted you as my disciple, I planted a sword spark in you. The sword spark is connected to you. The sword spark, although weak, did not disappear. And I know that you are still alive. I am very weak now, and it will take a long time for me to recover. Jian Wushuang replied, Don't worry, take your time. Xian Yi said while smiling, Thank you for your help in the battle of the Tang of the East. Jian Wushuang said, grateful to his master. It was Gutong who helped you in the battle of the Imperial Palace. It had nothing to do with me. You should go thank him instead. Xian Yi laughed. Although Xian Yi put it this way, Jian Wushuang was highly aware that Gutong only helped because Xian Yi had ordered him to. Master, when I was using the mountain river map to kill Dao Yuanzi in the battle, he said that the map is a chaos divine treasure. Jian Wushuang appeared doubtful. Oh, Dao Yuanzi had a discerning eye. He indeed came from the blood-killing sect. Xian Yi gave a faint smile. It is indeed a chaos divine treasure. Unfortunately, it is a damaged one. Its power has been diminished. Damaged. Jian Wushuang looked surprised. Nevertheless, it can be of great help to you. You should take it, Xian Yi said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then continued, Master, the universal Tao scripture that you gave me was a secret technique to improve my awareness. Is that right? Oh, you found out? Xian Yi admitted with a smile. So I was right. Jian Wushuang fell silent. He had only speculated that the universal Tao scripture might have something to do with his heightened awareness. He had just confirmed this speculation. Awareness is important for a warrior. You are still physically weak, and you don't feel the importance of awareness yet. In the future, when you get stronger, you will experience the benefits of strong awareness. Xian Yi smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded, but immediately asked in a grave manner, I have one more question. Master, are you really just an Eternal Realm level expert? Chapter 964, Changes in Tang of the East, Part 1. Chapter 964, Changes in Tang of the East, Part 1. Does Xian Yi really only belong to the Eternal Realm level? Jian Wushuang had carried this question in his mind for a long time and had yet to find an answer for it. It was only until today that he found the courage to ask Xian Yi for an answer. Ha ha, Xian Yi laughed. I'm definitely only at the Eternal Realm level. Any Dao Master may just kill me. Your current strength is much stronger than mine. Jian Wushuang was full of doubts. Really? Merely of the Eternal Realm level. That's all for now. There's some things that you don't know now, but soon you will. Your current priority is to quickly restore your strength, because Tang of the East is in big trouble. They are still waiting for you. Xian Yi laughed heartily before falling, completely silent. Hearing his master's words, Jian Wushuang felt utterly helpless. But he relaxed soon after. Master, no matter who you are, what your origin and background are, and no matter how strong you are my master and will always be my master. Once a teacher, always a father. Jian Wushuang murmured in his heart. Jian Wushuang was full of gratitude towards his master, a person who seemed to have no desire for anything. His master had helped him a lot and saved him numerous times. He decided that from that day onwards, no matter what his master's orders were, he would fulfill them to his best ability as long as they did not violate his principles. After finishing their talk, Jian Wushuang immediately recalled Xian Yi's words. Tang of the East is in big trouble. Deep in thought, Jian Wushuang fetched a message token from the interspatial ring. This token belonged to Wang Yuan. Big brother Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang sent his message over. In the newly rebuilt imperial palace of Tang of the East, Wang Yuan sat in a secret chamber, concentrating on cultivating an elixir. Upon receiving Jian Wushuang's message, he widened his eyes. He lost control of his fire, and a huge bang was heard from inside the alchemy stove. The elixir he had been refining turned into ashes instantly. But Wang Yuan did not care for this. He immediately retrieved Jian Wushuang's message token. Third brother. Wang Yuan sounded elated. It's really you, did you not die? It's me, Jian Wushuang replied. But I saw with my own eyes how you got blood everywhere. Wang Yuan was in doubt. That does not mean I had died. Jian Wushuang smiled wryly. Haha, yes. Wang Yuan smiled in an almost crazy manner. Great, you really are alive. I have to inform second brother immediately, and Emperor Shao as well. Don't. Jian Wushuang stopped him. What's the matter? Wang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Big brother Wang Yuan, I have a question to ask you. What is the situation in Tang of the East now? Jian Wushuang asked. The situation is not very optimistic. Wang Yuan said gloomily. 10 years ago, Emperor Shao defeated and suppressed Emperor Leng, but Tang of the East lost its vigor and luck in the battle. In that battle, the Xia clan almost lost their battle strength completely too. They own many treasures which many top clans yearn to possess, but the new Xia clan master was very capable. He managed to build an immortal army in a short period of time and fought against other clans. In the past decade, Tang of the East has been in a state of chaos. What about Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin? Jian Wushuang asked again. With their presence in Tang of the East, no clans would dare to be presumptuous, right? Third brother, things have changed. A long time ago, Emperor Shao left Tang of the East. His status was gradually lost within the country. Even if he returns to Tang of the East now, he is no longer able to give commands because hardly anyone listens to him anymore. 10 years ago, in the Battle of the Imperial Palace, he and Emperor Yin were both injured by Dao Yuanzi. Now, the both of them remained only 30% of their original strength. They can no longer get others to surrender by martial force. In addition, although Emperor Leng was suppressed, she had, after all, governed Tang of the East for many years. Recently, her numerous experts have been stirring up troubles in the country. Emperor Shao had to suppress her experts with all his strength. He doesn't have any more energy to deal with the rioting clans. He can only wait until his strength is completely restored. Wang Yuan said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He did not expect that, in such a short time, Tang of the East would end up in such a plight. Even Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin could not summon full control over the situation. Tang of the East may be in a state of chaos, but since you're still alive, you can help them. Wang Yuan suddenly said. Oh. Jian Wushuang appeared doubtful. Third brother, you saved Tang of the East single-handedly 10 years ago. You were not far from a god in the eyes of the people there. Even today, people are still talking about you and your brave deeds. Countless young warriors in Tang of the East regard you as an example to be followed. Besides, your strength is formidable, even though you had actually made use of a special method to be even more powerful 10 years back. But you achieved such power despite being so young and belonging only to the Eternal Realm level. When you become a Tao Master, what would it mean? It probably means that no one in the entire Eternal World can beat you. You have high status and huge capabilities. You don't have to do anything more. As long as you show up with Emperor Shao and Tang of the East and declare that you have survived and still support Emperor Shao, which clans would still dare to be disrespectful? Who would dare to not listen to his order? Wang Yuan said. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang was completely dumbfounded. Am I that influential in Tang of the East? Jian Wushuang found it hard to believe. Come on. King Goose suddenly voiced out. Jian Wushuang, are you still not aware of what you have done? You killed a blood-killing sect expert. Even experts at the top of the Green Fire world dare not look down on you, not to mention the people in Tang of the East. More importantly, you are currently at the Eternal Realm level. In the eyes of the people in the Green Fire world, you have immense potential. Chapter 965, Changes in Tang of the East, Part 2. Chapter 965, Changes in Tang of the East, Part 2. Your potential is the greatest in Green Fire World. As long as you have the opportunity and luck, you'll become a Tao Master, and perhaps even beyond that. With such a huge potential, who in Green Fire World would dare to mess with you? Gu King's voice rang out. Jian Wushuang fell silent. After a while, he sent a message saying, Big Brother Wang Yuan, don't tell other people that I'm still alive. If it is really necessary, you can tell Second Brother and Emperor Shao. Why? Wang Yuan wondered. If the news that Jian Wushuang was still alive got out, the entire Eternal World would be in shock. Clans and mansion masters of the 36 prefectures in Tang of the East would pull back their plans because of Jian Wushuang. This meant peace for a short period of time. However, if Jian Wushuang's survival remained as a secret, Tang of the East would continue to be trapped in the current mayhem. Tang of the East has been greatly devastated, and the situation is dire. However, such a dangerous state will reveal the hidden threats. Jian Wushuang said in a severe tone. Emperor Lung has governed Tang of the East for many years. Who knows what Tang of the East has become? If Emperor Shao wants to take over Tang of the East fully, he must remove the threats. Hence, just let the clans be. The more troubles they cause, the more threats will be revealed. When the time is right, we will remove all of them at once. Besides, although I survived the battle 10 years ago, I'm in poor condition now. Within a short period of time, I can't show up in public. Even if you spread the news, no one will believe it. They will only think that Emperor Shao has come to his wit's end. It will cause more trouble. Is that so? I understand. Wang Yuan nodded heavily, agreeing with Jian Wushuang. By the way, how's Lung Wushuang doing? Jian Wushuang was worried about her. He had asked about Tang of the East situation because Emperor Shao had saved him, but most importantly because he cared about Lung Wushuang. When he married her, he would be the emperor's son-in-law. Naturally, he was obliged to help Tang of the East. However, Lung Wushuang was a primordial great sinner. In the battle 10 years ago, Lung Rushuang went into a coma after being seriously injured. Although Gu King had managed to save her life, Jian Wushuang did not hear from her over the following decade. Her Highness, speaking of Lung Rushuang, Wang Yuan fell silent. What happened to her? Jian Wushuang asked, sounding a little anxious. Don't worry. She is well and has healed a lot from her injuries. But ever since after that war, she has been in a coma and has not woken up since then. Wang Yuan said. Still in a coma? Jian Wushuang's heart sank. Even after becoming into blood fog, he had spent only 10 years to regain consciousness. Why was Lung Rushuang still in a coma? Gu King, what's going on? Jian Wushuang immediately asked Gu King. Gu King was knowledgeable and knew more than Jian Wushuang about primordial great sinners. I don't know much about this too. Gu King shook his head. Primordial great sinners are as rare as inverse cultivators in eternal chaotic world. I used to follow King Luo Zhan in the eternal chaotic world and met one primordial great sinner. So I got to have some understanding about them. However, your girl seems to be different from other primordial great sinners. Different? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Don't worry, you must first heal your body and recover your strength. When you go to Tang of the East to visit her, let me take a closer look, and then maybe I can answer you, said Gu King. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. Big brother Wang Yuan, watch over Tang of the East for me. If there is anything wrong, send me a message at once. Jian Wushuang said. Yes, I will. Wang Yuan promised. After their exchange, Jian Wushuang felt calmer. In my current state, I can't save Tang of the East from trouble, or do anything for Lung Rushuang who is in a coma. I must concentrate on recovering. Jian Wushuang knew very well what he should do. In the cave mansion deep underground, Jian Wushuang began to self-heal. Even with the help of the treasures left behind by Dao Yuanzi, Jian Wushuang still needed 1,000 years to recover. Jian Wushuang could only be patient and focused on restoring his health. Time passed slowly while he was healing himself. In the 18th year after Jian Wushuang regained consciousness, Wang Yuan sent a message. Bad news! Bad news! Third brother, clans in Tang of the East joined forces and destroyed the Xia clan's immortal army. After Xia clan fell, other forces in Tang of the East and some of the mansion masters from the 36 prefectures fought madly for their own interests. The situation in the entire Tang of the East has spiraled out of control. It was the 20th year after Jian Wushuang regained his consciousness. Third brother, the Xia clan has been eliminated. Their heritage treasures have been divided among various clans and experts. This battle is very fierce and it is not ending. Many clans have made enemies in this battle and are still fighting against each other. But Emperor Shao has stayed out of this. It was the 60th year. Trouble. Tang of the East is in big trouble. The 3 big countries, West Paradise, South Mountain Kingdom, and North Sea Kingdom, had remained indifferent when Tang of the East was in turmoil. As peace is now being restored in Tang of the East, the 3 big countries have started fighting simultaneously. They must have discussed beforehand, because they had brought along some clans of Tang of the East, including several mansion masters of the 36 prefectures. Tang of the East is almost defenseless now. Third brother, when are you coming back? Chapter 966. 1,000 years, 3-star ancient god. Chapter 966. 1,000 years, 3-star ancient god. It was the 121st year after Jian Wushuang had regained his consciousness. Third brother, 11 of the 36 prefectures have fallen into the hands of the big 3 countries. Emperor Shao and Emperor had put up a fight, but were defeated due to their existing injuries. The fight almost cost Emperor Yun his life. The Big Three's force is formidable. Tang of the East is unable to overcome it. It was the 128th year. Third brother, the big three countries have already fight their way to the front of the imperial palace. Emperor Shao had decided to give up Tang of the East and depart with Her Highness. I had no choice but to let them know that you are alive. Knowing that you are alive, Emperor Shao was elated and immediately decided against leaving. He paid a hefty sum for the Eternal World's greatest formation master, Tao Master Spirit, to set up a strong formation around the imperial palace. Humph! Experts from the big three countries had tried to break the formation, but failed. Even their celestial masters remain helpless in front of the formation. It was the 210th year. Third brother, I have good news, very good news. Her Highness has woken up. Not only has she woken up, she also improved her strength and is almost as strong as a celestial master. She even battled against experts from big three countries outside the formation. Many Tao masters of big three countries couldn't defeat her. Third brother, don't worry. Her Highness and the formation will prevent the experts of big three countries from taking over. Emperor Shao has decided to wait for your return. It was the 580th year. Third brother, have you not returned yet? We have been hiding within this formation for hundreds of years. Although we're safe, the people from big three countries curse us from outside of the palace every day. Their words are so foul that even I'm irritated, let alone Emperor Shao. Terrible, such a terrible feeling. Third brother, come back soon and kill this bunch of bastards. 1,200 years passed with Wang Yuan's message. In the cave dwellings deep underground sat a figure with his legs crossed and surrounded by dark golden light. He had a handsome face and wore short hair. His muscles were bulging and the curves were almost perfect. The most attractive feature of his were the 3 golden quadrangular star images between his eyebrows. The figure shook all of a sudden. In the next moment, the figure opened his eyes. A streak of golden light went past in a flash. Thereafter, a huge rift, within which consisted of nothing, appeared in the space in front of him. The dark golden light that had surrounded Jian Wushuang's body vanished. Jian Wushuang's body landed on the ground, and he promptly put on a scarlet robe. 1,200 years. My body has finally recovered. Jian Wushuang clasped both of his hands firmly, eyes flashing. It had been the longest and the most mundane years for Jian Wushuang. During this period of time, he had concentrated on healing his body and could not cultivate his skills at all. Now he has finally healed his body and upgraded his strength to a higher level. Eyes narrowed, Jian Wushuang released his bloodline power. Instantly, his entire body turned to a shade of dark golden, while at the same time, the 3 quadrangular star images between his eyebrows gleamed. 3-star ancient god, and in fully established 3-star imperial god at that. Jian Wushuang was delighted. He had previously consumed King Luo Zhen's inheritance essence, blood by force, and even though 90% of it had gone to waste, the remaining power was not ineffectual. Over the past 1,200 years, while Jian Wushuang was healing himself, he had completely assimilated the ancient god power that he had cultivated. As a result, he had not only become an imperial god, but also enhanced his strength, attaining the 3rd-star level. One must know that a 3-star ancient god was as powerful as a Tao master in the world of humans. But unfortunately, although his ancient god power had been enhanced, his ranking was not, which means that his ranking was still of the eternal level. Well, if you had slowly consumed the inheritance essence blood, you would have at least become a 6-star imperial god. Because of your careless handling, however, you have only achieved the 3rd-star level. Fortunately, your imperial bloodline has been fully accomplished. King Gu spoke up. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang silently smiled, having no regrets at all. I'm just grateful that my imperial bloodline has completely formed. As for improving my strength, That's something supplementary and desirable, and I will not force myself to achieve anything. That's easy for you to say, but you have just wasted King Luozhen's painstaking efforts. Keep in mind that if you can't reach the 6-star level on your own, I will be the first one to come after you. I'll try my best. Jian Wushuang shrugged, and immediately felt the power stirring within himself. During the battle of the Imperial Palace, my combat power had become as strong as that of a rank 1 Dao Master. Now that my ancient god power has made a breakthrough by reaching the 3rd-star level, I'm stronger than ever. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. I have reached the 3-star Imperial God level, and there's a long way to go to achieve the ultimate level of the ancient god power. Nevertheless, my strength is comparable to that of a rank 2 Dao Master in the world of humans. My tactics and strategies will bring me one step closer to the peak of rank 2. Ancient gods were advantageously skilled. The strength of a top 3-star Imperial God was comparable to that of a top Dao Master of rank 3. Jian Wushuang had reached the 3rd-star level recently. Yet despite being an Imperial God, he could only compete with rank 2 Dao Masters. With the addition of his strategies, he can advance towards the top of rank 2. In comparison with his previous power at rank 1, he had indeed progressed tremendously. King Gu, I remember you mentioned that there are many great items left behind by Dao Yuanzi that'll be helpful to me. What are they? Jian Wushuang asked. King Gu, who had been nesting in the cave dwellings, swiftly flung an interspatial ring towards Jian Wushuang after hearing this. That is Dao Yuanzi's interspatial ring. Take a close look at it. I have already picked out the treasures, which will be of great use for you. King Gu answered. Taking over the interspatial ring, Jian Wushuang scrutinized it. Chapter 967, Dao Yuanzi's Treasure. Chapter 967, Dao Yuanzi's Treasure. Dao Yuanzi came from the eternal chaotic world and was also a blood-killing sect expert, so his treasures had to be valuable. Jian Wushuang saw the mountains of treasures that filled the interspatial ring, most of which Jian Wushuang could not identify. They were large in quantity, and their value was difficult to estimate. However, although these treasures were precious, only 4 of them were useful to Jian Wushuang, which had been picked out by Gu King. The first of these 4 treasures was, no doubt, the blood-killing plate armor. Blood-killing plate armor. With a flick of the wrist, Jian Wushuang was holding a blood-red armor that emitted a terrifying killing intent. The killing intent was so intense that even a Dao Master would turn pale in the face of it. Jian Wushuang had witnessed the blood-killing plate armor's power for himself and envied it. Now that Dao Yuanzi was dead, the armor fell into his hands. Declare your ownership first. Jian Wushuang smiled and declared his ownership of the armor right away. The blood-killing plate armor was an extremely fierce treasure, which was not easy to control. In the process of the ownership declaring, a horrifying consciousness attack was released from the blood-killing plate armor. The fierce consciousness attack could nearly destroy anyone that did not have a strong will and turn him into a complete murderous lunatic. Fortunately, he cultivated the universal Tao scripture and had a strong consciousness. In the end, he resisted the consciousness attack. It did not take long for Jian Wushuang to claim his ownership of the armor. A chaos magic treasure? Jian Wushuang was surprised. After claiming his ownership, he immediately noticed a message on the blood-killing plate armor that said that it was a chaos magic treasure. A chaos magic treasure is lower than a chaos divine treasure in terms of level. It can't compare with your mountain river map, but it's still quite good. Anyone who owns a chaos magic treasure must be an expert in the eternal chaotic world. Gu King's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's ears. The blood-killing plate armor is known for being fierce among the chaos magic treasures, and it is much more valuable than ordinary chaos magic treasures. Oh! Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. He could see that the blood-killing plate armor was indeed valuable. And soon after, he also appreciated the ability of the blood-killing plate armor. As a fierce chaos magic treasure, it was incomparable in both attacking and defending. It could cut down 90% of an attack, allowing only the remaining 10% of the power to get through. And that was based on the condition that the enemy came from the eternal chaotic world and had a chaos magic treasure. Otherwise, if the enemy was from the green fire world and just a normal Dao Master, his attack would be decreased by 99%. Such terrifying defensive ability was greater than all the defensive treasures that Jian Wushuang had seen before. Does it really decrease a Dao Master's attacking power by 99%? Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. It should be noted that he was now a 3-star imperial god and had a strong body. Few Dao Masters could hurt him. Now, with the blood-killing plate armor, he could decrease the enemy's attacking power by 99%. Thus, fewer Dao Masters could touch him. Even a rank 3 Dao Master could not hurt him very much. With my strong body and the blood-killing plate armor, only a Dao Master at the peak of rank 3 can hurt me, and just barely. Moreover, even if I do get injured, Gu King will heal me in a short time. That is to say, rank 3 Dao Masters, including Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and other experts at the peak of rank 3 can't kill me. Even those who are close to the Celestial Master level can't hurt me either. One must have the power at the Celestial Master level to touch me. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with excitement. It should be known that only a few Celestial Masters existed in the Green Fire world. And the Celestial Masters in the Green Fire world were all old monsters who had lived for many years. They would not attack someone at random. You could say that with such a remarkable, life-saving skill, Jian Wushuang could go anywhere he wanted in the Green Fire world. Moreover, this was only about its defending ability. Its improvement of attacking power was also enormous. When Jian Wushuang was a Blood Eagle guard, he had gotten a Blood Eagle armor, which had doubled his strength. Actually, the Blood Eagle armor was modeled exactly after the blood-killing plate armor. The blood-killing plate armor contained a secret skill, which was divided into 3 stages. One would need the Dao Master's power to drive the first stage. Jian Wushuang was a 3-star Dao Master, so he could easily drive the first stage secret skill. Inside the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang put on the blood-red robe that was transformed by the blood-killing plate armor. As Jian Wushuang drove the first stage secret skill, the blood-red robe took on a red glow, and a weird, blood-red, mysterious crack surrounded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang clenched his right hand and exploded the air. Then he punched forward casually. He punched a spiral tunnel in the void. The tunnel spiraled forward in the void toward the stone wall in front of him. Clang! The entire cave mansion shook madly. The stone walls were crushed into dust, which was then flicked off to somewhere far away. Jian Wushuang was delighted by the sight of this. Wow, my attacking power has even improved more than 10 times over. Jian Wushuang roared. As a 3-star imperial god, with his current skills, he was nearly at the peak of rank 2. But now, when he displayed the secret skill of the blood-killing plate armor, his attacking power had increased by more than 10 times, which made his combat power soar. He used to barely be at the peak of rank 2, but now he was a real deal rank 3 Dao Master. In the Eternal Realm with a rank 3 Dao Master's battle strength, Jian Wushuang found it unbelievable at first, but then quickly realized he was an Eternal Realm inverse cultivator that was equal to a Dao Master in the eternal chaotic world. Moreover, a 3-star ancient god was equivalent to a Dao Master among human beings. Therefore, it was normal that he had reached such a state. From now on, in this green fire world, I will be a real deal powerhouse. Chapter 968, Chaos Gold Bead. Chapter 968, Chaos Gold Bead. The blood-killing plate armor can greatly improve your strength, but the other 3 treasures are also quite good. You can take a closer look at them. Gu Qing's voice rang out. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the other 3 useful treasures. One of the remaining 3 treasures was an ancient flying black boat. It had been shrunk and was held in the interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang could feel the flying boat's aura and its formation. Is this a flying boat? Jian Wushuang was in doubt. That is the spaceship. Gu Qing said, the eternal chaotic world is huge. The distance between worlds is far beyond your imagination. Under normal circumstances, a Tao master needs to spend tens of thousands of years to reach the nearest neighboring world. To save time, they invent all kinds of transportation treasures. The most common of these is the spaceship. When you become a Tao master in the future, you will definitely go to the eternal chaotic world. If you only rely on your feet, it will be too much trouble. The spaceship in front of you can save you a lot of traveling time by accelerating your speed by 1,000 times. And although it's not a high-end spaceship, it's expensive. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded and appeared shocked. A Tao master was already fast and could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. This spaceship actually could increase that speed by 1,000 times. However, it could only be used outside of a realm. If it was within a realm, for example in the green fire world where laws were different, it could not be activated. I don't need the spaceship now, but when I enter the eternal chaotic world, it will be of great use to me, Jian Wushuang thought. Then, Jian Wushuang looked at the 3rd treasure. The 3rd treasure was 2 golden beads the size of a baby's fist. The golden beads emitted a strange aura, which even Jian Wushuang found amazing. Gu Qing, what are these? Asked Jian Wushuang. Those are chaos gold beads. The blood-killing sect invented this special treasure, and then it became widely acclaimed in the eternal chaotic world. Gu Qing continued. The blood-killing sect invented it? Is it an evil treasure? Jian Wushuang frowned. This treasure itself is not evil. On the contrary, it has a great effect on all cultivators. Almost all the experts in the eternal chaotic world want the chaos gold beads. The treasure is not evil. However, its refining process is quite evil. Gu Qing sounded grave. Why do you say that? Jian Wushuang asked in doubt. A chaos gold bead is made of hundreds of millions of lives, Gu Qing said. Hundreds of millions of lives? Isn't that the same as the life-devouring formations process? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. No, it isn't. Gu Qing shook his head and continued. The life-devouring formation reduces lives to nothing, while the chaos gold bead consumes only the small purest part of one's life. Therefore, the lives that have been refined can survive, and after some time, they can completely recover from it. Is that so? Jian Wushuang said while cocking one eyebrow. Although it was invented by the blood-killing sect, the chaos gold bead is common in the eternal chaotic world. Later on, many experts and forces secretly refined chaos gold beads. Some even especially raised a few eternal world creatures to refine the chaos gold beads, Gu Qing said. Raised a few eternal world creatures. Jian Wushuang was shocked. How did they do that? Gu Qing replied, I just said that the refining of the chaos gold bead only needs a part of the vitality, and that vitality can still be recovered. Some forces occupy a realm to raise creatures. Every once in a while, they extract part of the creature's vitality to refine the chaos gold bead. Then, when the creatures recover, they extract their vitality again, such as their practice. They actually raise creatures to use their vitality. How cruel! Jian Wushuang commented. In the vast eternal chaotic world, anything goes. There are countless things that are 100 times crueler and eviler. What can you say about raising a world of creatures? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and soon collected himself. Gu Qing, what is the effect of the chaos gold bead? Jian Wushuang asked. The Chaos Gold bead absorbs the purest part of life, and after special refining, it will be free from impurities. That is to say, you can consume the energy in the Chaos Gold bead directly. The energy will be all yours, which is much easier than cultivating and accumulating by yourself. Take you as an example. You have just become a 3-star ancient god and have the power of a 3-star ancient god. If you want to cultivate and accumulate the ancient god power to reach the top of the 3-star level, it'll take you a long time. However, if you have the Chaos Gold bead, it will be different. The Chaos Gold bead contains a huge amount of energy. As long as you continue to absorb it, you can swiftly improve your ancient god power. Dao Yuanzi has left 2 low-grade Chaos Gold beads. At your speed, within 1,000 years, you should be able to absorb one of them. And after consuming the other one, you will be able to reach the peak of the 3-star level and even break through to the 4-star level. If you swallow both of them at the same time, you may increase your ancient god power to the 4-star level, or maybe above the 4-star level. Moreover, the energy in the Chaos Gold bead is pure. There are no impurities. You don't have to worry about any side effects. The energy will build you up and help you grow in the future, said Gu King. Is it that remarkable? Jian Wushuang thought. No wonder the experts and forces in the eternal chaotic world occupied realms to raise creatures to refine Chaos Gold beads. The Chaos Gold bead was indeed effective. Jian Wushuang found himself tempted by the bead, even though the refining of the Chaos Gold bead was evil and even vicious, which Jian Wushuang resented a lot. But since it was already made, the refining process had nothing to do with him. Jian Wushuang would not hesitate to absorb the 2 Chaos Gold beads. Chapter 969, The Strongest Sword Principle. Chapter 969, The Strongest Sword Principle. It's high time for you to enhance your ancient god power now that you've reached the 3-star level for ancient god. These Chaos Gold beads should help. Swallow one now, and take a second one after you've fully absorbed the power of the first, said King Gu. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. He took a Chaos Gold bead and swallowed it without hesitation. The Chaos Gold bead emitted numerous threads of clear, purified energy once it entered his system, and he subsequently absorbed them all. This Chaos Gold bead is sure helpful, he said, smiling. The 4th treasure that you might need is something concerning swordsmanship. King Gu spoke again. Jian Wushuang also turned his eyes to that treasure. It was an ancient jade slip that recorded an elite swordsman's reflections. He wouldn't have been surprised if these were common reflections belonging to a Dao master. His expression changed when he saw that reflections were about swordsmanship, the strongest sword principle. Jian Wushuang blurted out in surprise. The elite swordsman didn't leave a name. Instead, he left behind the most powerful sword principle. You're really lucky. Though you've sacrificed a lot in the war and even wasted 90% of the inherited essence blood from King Luozhen, you still gained a lot. Blood-killing plate armor, spaceship from another realm, and Chaos Gold beads. Any one of these treasures would elicit the envy of the elites in the eternal chaotic world. Yet Dao Yuanzi's interspatial ring even stored a record of an elite's reflections on the most powerful swordsmanship. King Gu exclaimed in admiration while cackling. Jian Wushuang's eyes were also filled with wild joy. The strongest sword principle. In Green Fire World, sword principles that Dao masters developed and owned exclusively were usually divided into 3 classes: general level, universal level, and creation level. Sword principles of the 3rd kind were rare and valuable. The reason why Xiaomeng was able to reach the top level amongst his rank 1 peers after his advancement to a Dao master was that he had developed a creation level principle. However, Jian Wushuang had heard that there was an even higher level of sword principles beyond the creation level, which had reached the extremes of the universe. It was thus considered the strongest sword principles. The strongest sword principles were only described in sagas and legends in the Green Fire world. There had emerged numerous talents in the history in this world, but in the archives of time, no more than 5 had truly developed the strongest sword principle. That was how rare it was. The only surviving elite who had developed the strongest sword principle in the Green Fire world was Sunrise Sword Emperor, universally acknowledged to be the #1 sword cultivator. Most people didn't even know anything about these sword principles because it was too difficult to develop them. However, Jian Wushuang had now obtained a record of reflections by an elite who had developed the strongest sword principles. This was a great gift of fortune for him. You might want to dig into the strongest sword principle recorded in this jade slip and use the elite's experience for reference. But bear in mind that imitation is strictly restricted, King Gu warned solemnly. You must develop sword principles on your own, for they're always exclusive. It's this exclusiveness that grants you the strongest power and helps you become a Tao master. If you blindly comprehend and imitate someone else's learnings, the sword principles you end up with won't be of much help. It doesn't matter even if you fully understood it. It's useless as it doesn't belong to you. I see. Jian Wushuang made a small nod. Great. In fact, I've already found that the sword soul you've awakened was the strongest kind. It'll later transform into a sword heart, which remains the strongest of its kind. Those with the strongest sword hearts would obtain the qualifications necessary to develop the strongest sword principles. It'll be easy for you to develop principles of general or universal levels. With a little effort and opportunity, it won't be a problem for you to create sword principles at the creation level either. However, it'd be such a waste if you only develop sword principles at the creation level and use them to facilitate your advancement to a Tao master, especially since you've obtained the strongest sword heart. Principles could have an extraordinary impact on your future development. Therefore, the more powerful your principles are, the better. The most powerful sword heart has already assured you an advantageous position from the beginning, but you still need to set a bottom line for yourself. You must develop at least one strongest sword principle before becoming a Tao master. As for the second or third principle, you're free to choose a sword principle of the creation level, said King Gu. At least one strongest sword principle before becoming a Tao master. Jian Wushuang smiled before making a firm nod. Those who possess the strongest sword hearts would undoubtedly waste their talent if they didn't strive for the most powerful sword principles. This jade slip has comprehensive records of one of the most powerful sword principles. I'll take my time to study them later. For now, our most urgent task is returning to the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. Jian Wushuang's eyes sharpened. He had been staying here to rebuild his body for the past 1,200 years, but he had learned of the events in the Kingdom Tang through Wang Yuan's messages. He was well aware of the current condition of the kingdom. He was helpless in the past because his body had yet to recover, but things were different now. Thus, Jian Wushuang immediately left the cave mansion and headed for the land above. He reappeared in the sky a while later and found an old man in a white robe standing in front of him. Though the old man was an eternal realm expert, he couldn't help trembling in fear in front of Jian Wushuang. He had no choice but to answer Jian Wushuang's questions. Thanks for the information. Jian Wushuang waved abstractedly and sent the old man away. He then took out the star map. I'm currently in the floating water region, not far from Tang of the East. If I rush there, it'll take me at most a month. Once there, I'd be able to reach the Imperial Palace in a moment through the tunnel. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. He then took out a messaging slip to send a message to Wang Yuan. Brother Wang Yuan, please inform Emperor Xiao that I've fully recovered and am currently heading for Tang. I should arrive outside the Imperial Palace in a month. Tell them to have a little more patience. I'll take my revenge once I'm back. I won't let off any of my enemies, whoever they are, whether they're the experts from the 3 big countries or elites from influential clans. Chapter 970, Tao Master Guji. Chapter 970, Tao Master Guji. In the Imperial Palace in Tang of the East. The newly constructed Imperial Palace wasn't as majestic as the one before, but it was still impressive and vast. However, ever since the experts of the three big countries attacked the Imperial Palace 1,000 years ago, it was completely encapsulated in an enormous formation. The experts from the three big countries chose to stay outside of the palace, making it impossible for anyone to leave the palace for 1,000 years. Those who wanted to leave was either killed or had escaped back to the palace after fighting. For 1,000 years, experts from Tang of the East hid like tortoise inside their shells, afraid to leave the formation. They lost all of their pride alongside the luck of their country. Their country had fallen to its lowest point from its prime in the Green Fire World. The experts in Green Fire World all agreed that the destruction of Tang of the East was only a matter of time. Palaces and buildings stood and hovered above the vast earth in front of the Imperial Palace. That was where the experts and Tao Masters of the three big countries stayed in for the past 1,000 years to monitor the palace. No movement in and out of the palace would go unnoticed. Inside an intricately designed building, for Tao Masters were having a drink. 3 of them were showering praises on a red-robed man with a devil-like face. Tao Master Guji, war god Di Jing of Tang of the East, would have killed me if not for you. I'll never forget that you saved my life. Di Jing appears to be Emperor Zhao's earliest follower amongst the 10 war gods. He's indeed Emperor Zhao's top commander with a strength at rank 2. Out of everyone here, only Tao Master Guji can defeat him. Come, come. Cheers to Tao Master Guji. The 3 of them raised their cups. The red-robed man laughed coldly upon hearing their words and extended his arm. Di Jing is nothing to me. It was pure luck that he even escaped last time. If I meet him again, I'll definitely end him. Of course, Di Jing is no match for you, the 3 of them said in agreement. To be fair, they were sure that Guji wasn't much stronger than Di Jing. In a face-to-face battle, Di Jing might have a chance of defeating him. It would be near impossible for Guji to actually kill Di Jing. Everyone in Tang of the East is now hiding in the Imperial Palace like cowards. Emperor Xiao and Emperor Yin were severely injured since a long time ago and couldn't even use 20% of their original strength. Within the entire Imperial Palace, Lung Rushuang is probably the only one stronger than Tao Master Guji, one of the Tao Masters said. Lung Rushuang. Guji sneered. I've seen her before. She's indeed the top beauty of the eternal world with an unrivaled elegance. No wonder Jian Wushuang is smitten with her. Jian Wushuang himself is an outstanding individual. If not for the fact that he died assassinating Dao Yuanzi, his achievements today will also be impressive. Guji sneered. A man, however strong, is useless when dead. He's an idiot. Though he committed such an outstanding feat for Lung Rushuang, he still ended up with nothing. He was jealous of Jian Wushuang. That was because he was a prodigy too. When he was in the Eternal Realm, his power shocked the entire Green Fire World. Even today, many still applauded his immense talent. However, ever since the battle at the Imperial Palace that ended 1,200 years ago, Jian Wushuang became known as the top talent in the history of the Green Fire World after his battle results were announced. His talent far suppressed Guji's. It made Guji very uncomfortable. Moreover, he was also interested in Lung Rushuang. However, she had her eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang, which made him even more jealous. Guji suddenly stood up. Let's go play in the Imperial Palace. Delighted, the other 3 Tao Masters immediately followed him. Soon, they arrived in front of the Imperial Palace. Looking beyond the transparent formation, they could see the happenings of the Imperial Palace and the disillusioned experts in it. Those experts could only hide in the formation for 1,000 years. That naturally made many of them disillusioned and depressed. Gu Ji sneered and ordered the Tao master next to him. "Let's start." The Tao master laughed and turned around. "Cowards of Tang of the East." A deep voice penetrated the formation and resounded at the top of the imperial palace. The people of Tang of the East, the greatest nation, now hide cowardly within the imperial palace, afraid to leave. Many inside the palace heard his laughter. They were all enraged. However, they were more disappointed and depressed than infuriated. They had heard such mockery and scolding countless times in the past 1,000 years and had long gotten used to them. "Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, aren't you two top emperors? Why don't you dare show yourselves now? You two really amaze me. You cowards act like two tortoises instead of emperors. Ridiculous. Incredibly ridiculous. How about we call you tortoise instead of emperors? Tortoise Shao and Tortoise Yin? Two giant tortoises that lost all the face of Tang of the East. If I were the founding emperor of Tang, I'd be so enraged that I'd climb out of my coffin." Waves of laughter entered the formation one after another, resounding like thunder on top of the imperial palace. Within the palace, top-tier experts of Tang of the East were infuriated. If not for Emperor Zhao's command, they would have charged out to battle those bastards outside. "I've been scolding for so long, but no one from Tang of the East even showed up. Such cowards." The laughter continued. "Bastard! I can't endure any further." Following a loud resounding roar, a figure leaped out of the imperial palace with vast overarching aura and a pair of crazy eyes. It was none other than Di Jing. Chapter 971, The Return. Chapter 971, The Return. Seeing that Di Jing had run out of the imperial palace, Gu Ji's eyes lit up as a wave of murderous intent swept over him. He charged mercilessly at Di Jing. Di Jing, you've yet to recover from the severe injuries I caused you last time. It'd be the death of you today, since you dare to come out." Gu Ji cackled. He knew that it would be difficult to kill Di Jing at the latter's peak, but it was a different story now that Di Jing was severely injured. "Die!" Gu Ji shouted with a cold voice as he thrust his long spear and created a hole in the void. "Even if I die, you won't live well." Di Jing was infuriated. For the past 1,000 years, he heard ruthless mockery and scolding from outside the palace day after day. He couldn't endure it any longer. He would rather die now as a hero than continue living as a coward in the palace. Bang! 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 The two moved like lightning, creating a big ruckus. The experts from the 3 big countries, as well as those from Tang of the East, were alerted of this battle. Numerous experts from Tang of the East appeared above the imperial palace, with Lung Rushuang spearheading them. Emperor Shao and Emperor Lung, however, were still resting to recover from their severe injuries. Di Jing attacked. Didn't Emperor Shao command us not to leave? Why did he still fight? Humph! How can anyone stand being mocked every day? It's no surprise seeing how hot-tempered Di Jing is. Di Jing was heavily injured in the last battle and had yet to fully recover. To begin with, Tao Master Gu Ji is stronger than him. The result of this battle is likely. The experts from Tang of the East were all pessimistic. Following an explosive noise from the battlefield, Di Jing's weapon flew out of his hand while shockwaves threw his body backward. Gu Ji took advantage of the situation and charged ahead, piercing Di Jing's head. "Oh no! Hurry! Save him! Save him!" Blood drained from the faces of the experts from Tang of the East. Lung Rushuang charged forth, leading the rest. However, there was someone faster than her. The person didn't come from within the palace, but rather somewhere near the imperial palace. Die, Di Jing! Gu Ji had a sinister expression as he left out a cunning laughter. His long spear was already right in front of Di Jing, ready to penetrate his skull. However, just then, a blood-red flowing light entered the battlefield. A powerful force erupted and blocked Gu Ji's spear, even sending shockwaves to his body. What? Gu Ji came to a stop and stared straight ahead. A young man wearing a blood-red robe stood there calmly, with 3 quadrangular stars on his mid-brows. He carried a sword and emitted an eternal realm aura that gave Gu Ji a strange feeling and a slight pressure. It's just an insignificant ant in the eternal realm. What happened? Gu Ji frowned. Di Jing, who had almost died, opened his eyes wide in bewilderment, staring intensely at the man in front of him. The man was too familiar to him. Hadn't he died 1,200 years ago? Jie Jian, Di Jing stuttered. The person turned his head and replied calmly, "Senior Di Jing, please return to the Imperial Palace." Di Jing was shocked, but he suppressed his joy. After shooting Gu Ji a sympathetic glance, he turned around and ran. "Humph! Want to run?" Gu Ji sneered, as he didn't intend on letting Di Jing leave. It would be ridiculous for him to miss such a good opportunity to kill Di Jing. Gu Ji took a step forward and closed in for 10 miles. Simultaneously, he clenched his right hand into a fist to throw his spear out, emitting an extraordinary strength that propelled the spear forward. The force, as well as the thunderbolts surrounding the spear, easily pierced through the void. Many Tao masters turned pale upon witnessing his terrifying power. This move bore Gu Ji's full power as a top-tier rank 2 master. The spear charged directly at Di Jing, but before it could land on him, the young swordsman inserted himself in front of Gu Ji in an attempt to block the attack. "How dare you!" Following Gu Ji's cold voice, the power of the spear increased again. Even a rank 2 master like Di Jing couldn't block this attack. How can an eternal realm expert withstand it? Indeed, the red-robed young man was unable to block the spear, and it directly hit his chest. Clang! The noise was akin to metals colliding. After the sound disappeared, all momentum and aura returned back to normal. 2 men stood facing one another in the void. Gu Ji remained in the position where he had thrown his spear, while his spear was still on the young man's body. However, the spear didn't even penetrate the young man's clothes, much less kill him. The young man stood there calmly. The spear was powerful indeed, but he never backed down too. How is this possible? Gu Ji widened his eyes in bewilderment. Being a top-tier rank 2 Tao master, it was ridiculous that he failed to even penetrate the clothes of someone from the eternal realm with his spear, especially since he had used his full force. Is this a joke? Gu Ji stared intensely at the young man as an idea popped up in his head. Even though he was only from the eternal realm, there could only be one sword principal cultivator with such power. He must be! Staring at the red-robed young man, Gu Ji's surprise turned into astonishment. "Jian Wushuang! You're Jian Wushuang!" His shriek shook the entire imperial palace. A mysterious smile crept up on the young man's face. His crisp laughter then resounded in the air. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the Emperor's son-in-law of the Great Tang, Jian Wushuang." Chapter 972, Slaughter. Chapter 972, Slaughter. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Emperor's son-in-law of the Great Tang, Jian Wushuang. His crisp voice resounded in the world, brewing an unexpected storm that shook everyone. Everyone, be it experts from the 3 big countries or those inside the imperial palace, widened their eyes in disbelief. Jian Wushuang, the peerless genius that showcased his incredible strength and talent 1,200 years ago, the one who saved Tang of the East from destruction all by himself. Isn't he dead? How? How are you still alive? Tao Master Gu Ji stared at Jian Wushuang with uncertainty before his murderous intent returned. Humph! So what if you're Jian Wushuang? You're still only in the eternal realm. In the battle of the Imperial Palace 1,000 years ago, you must have used a trump card to show such incredible strength. It's unfortunate you won't be able to use such a trump card again, Guji said coldly. His expression became more twisted. He was extremely jealous of Jian Wushuang. Now that he had seen Jian Wushuang in person, he began harboring the ambition and desire to defeat Jian Wushuang in front of everyone and enhance his reputation all across the eternal world. I don't believe someone from the eternal realm can be this powerful. Gu Ji moved, once more following his crazed roar. Dark flashes of blinding light surrounded his spear as it pierced ahead. The light shrouded his eyes too. Venomous dragon killing. With an incredulous, murderous intent, the spear and the dark lights pierced forth. That was the perfect showcase of the power of a top-tier Rank 2 Dao Master. He utilized his trump card, making this attack stronger than the previous one. Furthermore, he aimed at Jian Wushuang's mid-brows this time. Jian Wushuang smiled in the face of such a terrifying force and didn't even try to evade it. Instead, he spread his red robe open like a scarlet armor, and it perfectly enveloped his head. Clang! The sound of metal colliding once again resounded, alongside the sparks of flames. Jian Wushuang didn't budge. Impossible! Gu Ji shrieked crazily in disbelief over the fact that his attack was ineffective. The previous spear merely touched Jian Wushuang's body. With his intense physical strength, it was entirely possible for him to defend himself perfectly. However, Gu Ji couldn't accept that his trump card and his full force attack aimed at Jian Wushuang's mid-brows still left him unscathed. Exactly how terrifying is his defense? Everyone spectating this battle shared the same thoughts. How can he be unscathed after receiving the brunt of a top-tier Rank 2 Dao Master's full-force attack? How many people in the green fire world can do the same? These people were unaware that Jian Wushuang's strong physical body and blood-killing plate armor, which reduced 99% of the force of the attack, could defend him from even Rank 3 Dao Masters. I let you attack with your spear twice. Shouldn't you face one of my fingers now? Jian Wushuang smiled mockingly. Oh no! Gu Ji was petrified. Jian Wushuang didn't give him any chance to escape. His ancient god power, which had achieved the 3-star power, condensed on the index finger of his right hand, spreading its aura all across the land. Ancient god finger, barrier breaking. Jian Wushuang pointed his index finger, which contained an intense force, at Gu Ji in front of him. Boom! A giant hole was ripped open in the void. Within the changing colors of the heavens, a giant gold finger came flying from the distant past. It shot right out of the hole and directly hit Gu Ji. As a top-tier Rank 2 Dao Master, Gu Ji couldn't help using all his life-preserving trump cards for survival. He ran and screamed, all while still struggling. However, such struggles seemed futile in face of the giant gold finger. Without a single chance of escape, he was entirely crushed and killed by the giant gold finger. Now let me settle the three of you. Jian Wushuang stared coldly at the 3 Dao Master on the side of the battlefield. Since the 3 of them had come here with Gu Ji to mock Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin, Jian Wushuang wouldn't simply let them off. Let's run. Hurry and run. They scrambled to escape once they saw that they were at a complete disadvantage. Jian Wushuang sneered as he used his mind-controlling secret skill. Mind-controlling secret skill was another secret skill from the ancient gods. The effectiveness of the skill improved alongside his enhanced ancient god power. The sudden consciousness attack on the 3 Dao Masters completely stunned them as they were only Rank 1 Dao Masters. Their bodies inevitably stopped moving. Then, the devastatingly beautiful sword Shadow descended. It was as cold and beautiful as snowflakes from the winter as it sliced their throats and destroyed their life cores. The 3 corpses fell to the ground. Jian Wushuang kept their interspatial rings and snorted. With my strength and mind-controlling secret skill, it's a piece of cake for me to kill rank 1 Dao Masters. Dao Masters were all capable experts with good life-preserving abilities. Normally, it would be hard for them to even die. However, thanks to consciousness attacks such as mind-controlling secret skill, it was indeed easy for him to slaughter rank 1 and rank 2 Dao Masters. After killing the 4 Dao Masters, Jian Wushuang raised his head and stared ahead. 10 experts from the 3 big countries had already gathered in front of him. 3 people led them. They were here to rescue Gu Ji after realizing that he was in danger. However, Jian Wushuang struck too quickly and instantly killed the 4 Dao Masters, making it impossible for them to do anything. Jian Wushuang. The experts stood there, looking at Jian Wushuang with extremely complicated emotions. Chapter 973. Give me a reason. Chapter 973. Give me a reason. Everyone present stared at the most brilliant genius in the history of the Green Fire world. 3 big countries? Humph. Jian Wushuang's cold stare stunned the experts from the 3 big countries as his cool voice reverberated in the air. It seems like the 3 big countries have been particularly arrogant during the time that I was gone, and Tang of the East is heavily injured after the war. The face of the experts darkened. Jian Wushuang continued, Tell the rulers of the 3 big countries that I give them 3 days. 3 days for them to give me a reason. If not, be prepared to endure my wrath. He headed straight for the imperial palace, ignoring them. The experts exchanged looks before immediately hurrying off to deliver his message to their rulers. Many top-tier experts from Tang of the East had already gathered at the palace encapsulated in a giant formation. They stared at the young man with reverence as he walked slowly toward the formation. These men were old, some of them many times Jian Wushuang's age. Even so, they greatly respected him. After all, it was power that earned one respect in this world. Jian Wushuang's strength justified their reverence for him. Jian Wushuang inched closer to the crowd amidst everyone's stare. His eyes were completely fixated on one person. Chi's attention was on a devastatingly lovely woman that would put any beauty to shame. It was Lung Rushuang. Though her aura remained as cold as ever, she stared back at Jian Wushuang with a tinge of surprise and delight in her eyes. When she woke up and discovered that he was dead, she became overwhelmed with grief. She wouldn't have survived all these years had Emperor Shao not tell her that he was still alive. Now he was in front of her again. I'm back, he whispered. She gave a small nod in response. Without the need for redundant words, the simple gesture of exchanging greetings drew intense passion from their eyes. The most important things were left unspoken. Father and Uncle Yin are waiting for you after receiving word of your arrival. Come with me, Lung Rushuang said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded and followed her to the ground level of the imperial palace. Inside the palace, he saw his sworn brothers, Wang Yuan and Yang Zaishuan. They were naturally delighted. After a quick exchange of greetings, he entered a great hall. A layer of restriction separated the 5 people inside the hall from the world outside. These people were Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushuang, Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin, and a curvy lady in an aquamarine robe. Jian Wushuang, this is Dao Master Spirit. She's responsible for building the formation. If not for her, those from the 3 big countries would have entered the imperial palace long ago, Emperor Shao explained. Nice to meet you, Dao Master Spirit. Jian Wushuang bowed to the curvy lady. You're too courteous, young man. Dao Master Spirit stood up to exchange the greetings, humility and respect written all over her face. Your talent is unparalleled in history. It looks like we'll have an extraordinary existence in our world soon. You're too polite. Jian Wushuang smiled, getting a good first impression of Tao Master Spirit. In fact, she and Sunrise Sword Emperor were the creators of one of his killing moves, the Ninth Heaven Sword Formation. When the show of courtesy was done and over with, Emperor Shao addressed Jian Wushuang and said, "When Wang Yuan told me that you're still alive, I didn't really believe him. But I'm glad that you're back at a time when Tang of the East is facing its biggest crisis ever. When I was recovering, I've already heard about it from Brother Wang Yuan." "It's indeed horrible," Jiang Wushuang said solemnly. Emperor Shao. Before he could finish his sentence, Emperor Shao interrupted him. "Don't call me Emperor. If you're willing to, you can call me Uncle Shao. Either way, you're more or less a couple with Schwanger. We just need to conduct the wedding." Jian Wushuang was stunned, but soon let out a smile. Beside him, Lung Rushuang blushed without saying anything. "Let's discuss business first." Emperor Shao chuckled. "The experts from the 3 big countries now reside outside the palace. We've relied on Tao Master Spirit's formation all these years to defend the palace. Unfortunately, though her formation is strong and durable, it can't last much longer." "Oh." Jian Wushuang looked surprised. "I used some special methods and treasures to craft the formation, allowing us to defend against the experts of the 3 big countries. However, these methods require a huge energy input," Tao Master Spirit explained. "I replaced the energy needed with a treasure called the Eternal Gem. However, I only have 3 gems, and each can only maintain the formation for around 500 years. I've already finished 2 gems, and the 3rd one is being used up now. The formation can, at most, stand for another 400 years. Eternal Gem?" Jian Wushuang frowned. "The Eternal Gem is a treasure that contains a huge amount of energy. It's rare even in the eternal chaotic world. Dao Yuanzi, an expert from the blood-killing sect, has numerous treasures, but only 2 of these gems." Gu Qing's voice resounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. "Only 2?" Jian Wushuang shook his head. 2 gems would only buy them 1,000 years of time. The impact was negligible. Moreover, he refused to hide inside the imperial palace. "When I entered the palace, I passed a message to the ruler of the 3 big countries, ordering them to give me a satisfying response. They'll respond as long as they're not stupid or hotspurs," Jian Wushuang said. The rest looked at each other and smiled. Jian Wushuang was indeed a huge threat to the 3 big countries. No one in the green fire world would dare look down on him. Not even the unearthly and saint-like master of the Void Temple dared to underestimate him. Chapter 974. The Fear of the 3 Big Countries. Chapter 974. The Fear of the 3 Big Countries. Since I've said my piece, we only need to judge the choice made the rulers of the 3 big countries now. I hope they make the correct decision. Otherwise, I'd have to fight to my death." Jian Wushuang's eyes thinned into a slit, with the light of passion shining from within. The worst possible outcome was for him to engage in a brutal battle. It would be best if they could end the war. Then the experts from the 3 big countries would retreat and leave Tang of the East. Though the country would still suffer in this scenario, the loss was acceptable. Either way, the country would not make such a recovery in a short while with Emperor Shao and Emperor Yin heavily injured. Even if it recovered, the country would still lose in a direct war against the 3 big countries. Tang of the East had suffered too much during the war at the Imperial Palace 1,200 years ago. Later on, conflict broke out in the Xia clan, resulting in a chaotic civil war within Tang of the East, weakening the country even further. Not even Jian Wushuang's return would be able to immediately rejuvenate the might of the country. In such a scenario, it would be impossible for the country to retaliate and seek revenge on the 3 big nations. Thus, the country could only compromise and promise not to seek revenge on the 3 big countries. It would be enough as long as the outsiders leave and give the country the opportunity to recuperate. They could always find an opportunity for revenge after the country recovered. Then they could talk about their past humiliations of being trapped helplessly in the imperial palace. "Let us calmly wait here for 3 days," Emperor Shao said. The others in the palace nodded in agreement. Right at the same time, the rulers of the 3 big countries had also gathered in their camp. The 3 of them immediately started their discussion after receiving the news. Jian Wushuang dissipated into blood fog in front of so many of us. How is he still alive? The purple-haired man with a gloomy face was the first to speak. He was the ruler of West Paradise. In the green fire world, he was called West Paradise Emperor. "I can't believe it either. Could we have made a mistake, Ape Celestial Master?" a gray-robed elder asked, frowning. He was South Emperor, the ruler of South Mountain Kingdom. The last man wore a pure gold imperial robe. Complementing his solemn demeanor was the strongest aura amongst all 3 emperors. His aura was stronger than that of Emperor Shao and Emperor Yun at their peak. He was evidently a celestial master. He was of the same realm as Xia Yong, the ancestor of the Xia clan that Jian Wushuang killed. He originated from the North Sea Kingdom. Those in the green fire world called him Ape Celestial Master. Humph! Ape Holy Master looked around him before saying, "Yes, many people saw that. But the man who killed Dao Master Guji outside the Imperial Palace was an Eternal Realm expert. If it's not Jian Wushuang, who in the Eternal Realm could kill a top-tier, rank 2 Dao Master." West Paradise Emperor and South Emperor were both stunned. Furthermore, the expert uses a sword. That means he's obviously a sword principle cultivator. The finger that he used to kill Dao Master Guji was the same as the one he used in the war 1,200 years ago. He's Jian Wushuang. There's no need to doubt his identity and speculate about how he revived himself. Our problem right now is how we should deal with this situation and Jian Wushuang. Ape Celestial Master cried. West Paradise Emperor and South Emperor frowned. How? How do we deal with Jian Wushuang? It was widely known that Jian Wushuang saved the entire Tang of the East by himself in the war at the Imperial Palace. Many experts had closely observed and noticed that his power at the end was far strong than any Dao Master. He had achieved something of another realm. That realm wasn't something that any of the experts could even dream of reaching. Even Ape Celestial Master, the strongest of them all, was just a joke in the eyes of experts of that level. If Jian Wushuang had the same strength now, how could the 3 big countries even defend themselves? Fear. Though he was a mere Eternal Realm expert, he managed to invoke the deepest fear in all 3 rulers. Humph! Jian Wushuang is just an Eternal Realm expert. Even though he killed Dao Yuanzi 1,200 years ago, he must have used some unusual methods, and it's unlikely he'll be able to use them again. In other words, he's no longer as strong as he was back then. Ape Celestial Master murmured. I also don't believe that he can use the same power again. West Paradise Emperor nodded in agreement. That's right, but what if he still retains that power? South Emperor retorted quietly. West Paradise Emperor and Ape Celestial Master were stunned. That's right. Even if it's unlikely, it's still possible. What if Jian Wushuang still retains that power? With such a power, killing us would be as easy as crushing ants. Furthermore, even if he's unable to retain his power, his potential is unmatched. If he doesn't die, his threat to the 3 big countries will be paramount in the future, South Emperor said. West Paradise Emperor and Ape Celestial Master couldn't help but keep quiet on the issue. Jian Wushuang's potential was another huge problem for them. Even if he wasn't strong enough to be a concern, his ability to kill a top-tier rank 2 Dao Master while being in the Eternal Realm meant that he would be incredibly powerful after becoming a Dao Master. If he had numerous Dao and became a rank 3 Dao Master, his power would be unparalleled. Could he be another Sunrise Sword Emperor? West Paradise Emperor asked in a trembling voice. Ape Celestial Master and South Emperor's bodies shook as fear crept up to them. Sunrise Sword Emperor. That was a freak of nature that they would rather die than provoke. Jian Wushuang's ability and potential now could match up to that freak. While they were trapped in their worries, Ape Celestial Master's face suddenly lit up. What's wrong? West Paradise Emperor and South Emperor turned to look at him. Good news. Dao Master Gu Ji's junior brother, Master Ku, one of the 18 masters of Void Temple, is rushing over after hearing about his death. He's scheduled to arrive tomorrow, Ape Celestial Master explained. Chapter 975, The Arrival of Master Ku. Chapter 975, The Arrival of Master Ku. Master Ku. West Paradise Emperor and South Emperor were both a little startled, but delight soon crept up on their faces. They had all heard of Master Ku, who was one of the 18 masters of Void Temple, like Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xue Lingtian. Being a master of Void Temple, he would naturally be strong. Even if he wasn't a top-tier rank 3 master like Xue Lingtian, his battle strength was still of rank 3. Furthermore, he held a reputation as an expert amongst the rank 3 Dao masters. It came as no surprise that Master Ku had been famous long before Xue Lingtian. Even God is on our side. Ape Celestial Master laughed. Just as we're worrying if Jian Wushuang as strong as he had been 1,200 ago, Master Ku shows up. Master Ku is a rank 3 Dao master regardless. He'd be able to force out all of Jian Wushuang's trump cards, and we can then decide if we should advance or retreat. That's a good idea. West Paradise Emperor and South Emperor's eyes lit up in delight. Master Ku has already left. Though he's far from Tang of the East, he'll be able to arrive within 2 days with the power of Void Temple. Let's wait here peacefully for 2 days, Ape Celestial Master said. West Paradise Emperor and Nan Paradise Emperor nodded in agreement. Thus, for the next few days, the 3 big countries and Tang of the East settled down calmly. Tang of the East awaited the response from the 3 big countries while they awaited Master Ku. On a vast and empty land, the border of the green fire world was surrounded by pure and boundless darkness. No one knew what lay behind the darkness, but no one, be it a normal warrior or a Dao master, ever managed to emerge alive from it. Someone wearing a golden robe slowly appeared at the end of the pitch-black darkness. Each step he took seemed to take forever, yet appeared to take him extremely far. Every single step created invisible ripples in the dark void. Even though he had been standing at the end of the darkness, he easily arrived at the border of the green fire world in just several steps. The golden-robed man raised his head, revealing his old visage, as he stood firmly on the ground. It was a white-haired elder who looked benevolent, with a blood-red cinnabar mole in his mid-brows. He looked up at the sky above and took in the familiar air around him with a gentle smile. I'm back. I'm finally returning to my hometown after traveling for so long. The smell of hometown is indeed comforting. He stretched and murmured to himself before mysteriously disappearing. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Per Ape Celestial Master's estimation, it took Master Ku only 2 days to arrive in Tang of the East. However, instead of approaching anyone from the 3 big countries, he appeared directly in front of the imperial palace. Jian Wushuang, prepare to die. His resounding voice penetrated the formation, ringing loud and clear inside the palace. Many experts from Tang of the East gathered inside the palace. They became extremely energetic and enthusiastic after learning that Jian Wushuang was still alive, a stark change from their previous depressed and lethargic state. They now revered him more than Emperor Shao. The experts from within the royal palace raged after hearing Master Ku's voice. Who is it? Which ridiculous person dare to provoke Master Jian Wushuang? Humph! Even the strongest of the three big countries, Ape Celestial Master, dares not speak to Master Jian Wushuang in such a tone. He seeks death. Let's see how Master Jian Wushuang gets rid of this man. Voices of discussion rippled in all corners of the palace. Inside the palace, those waiting for the response of the three big countries frowned when they heard Master Ku's voice. This voice doesn't belong to the three rulers of the three big countries. Who is it? Emperor Xiao was confused, but he soon received a report on the challenger outside. Master Ku! Emperor Xiao's face darkened. Master Ku! Jian Wushuang was confused. The only people with the word master in their titles are the 18 masters of Void Temple. His senior brother, Xue Lingtian, was Master Bloodsaber of the 18 masters. Jian Wushuang were in trouble now. Emperor Zhao's voice deepened. I just got news that the man provoking you outside is Master Ku of the 18 masters of Void Temple. Though he's not as strong as your senior brother, Master Bloodsaber, he has an outstanding reputation and respectable skills. He's among the strongest rank 3 Dao Masters. As a member of Void Temple, Master Ku shouldn't be involved in the battle between the 3 big countries and Tang of the East. Neither do I have feuds with him. Why is he here? Jian Wushuang became more confused. You're not entirely unrelated with him. Emperor Xiao laughed bitterly. He's the senior brother of the Dao Master Guji that you killed 2 days ago. What? Such a coincidence. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He didn't expect Dao Master Guji would have such a senior brother. I just heard of this myself. I don't know the details. Emperor Xiao laughed. You can ask your senior brother about him. Seeing as they're colleagues, they should be familiar with each other. Sounds like a plan. Jian Wushuang nodded. He then took out his message token to pass a message to Xue Lingtian. How's life, senior brother? Jian Wushuang greeted him casually. Xue Lingtian responded after a while. It's been more than 1,000 years since I heard your voice. I thought you really died in the War of the Imperial Palace until our master told us you're still alive. Xue Lingtian was delighted. Those in the outside world were definitely in the dark, as Emperor Xiao never revealed to the public that Jian Wushuang was still alive. However, as Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xue Lingtian was able to learn the details from Xian Yi. He had heaved a sigh of relief when he found out that Jian Wushuang was still alive. Senior brother, I want to ask you about someone, Jian Wushuang said straightforwardly. Chapter 976, 15 minutes. Chapter 976, 15 minutes. Whom do you want to ask about? Asked Xue Lingtian. Master Ku, replied Jian Wushuang. Master Ku. Xue Lingtian was surprised. Why do you want to ask about him? To be honest, I killed his senior brother 2 days ago, and now he's coming to kill me. Jian Wushuang forced a smile and said, I see. Xue Lingtian lowered his head and then continued in a serious tone. I've heard about Master Ku's senior brother. His name is Gu Ji Dao Master. He and Master Ku are indeed from the same sect. Their sect was destroyed a long time ago, and they were the only survivors. Both of them were lucky and quickly became Dao Masters after that. However, I heard that they parted on rather bad terms for some unknown reason a long time ago. They haven't talked to each other for years. Given this, only a few people know that they're from the same sect. But despite everything, they're still brothers from the same sect. No wonder he's after you now. You've got to be careful, my brother. This old dude is kind of a weirdo who does whatever he wants. Although he and I are both Void Temple Masters, and we've met each other a couple times before, we're in no way close. He's very temperamental. He won't let you off easily because of me, even if he knows that you're my junior brother. And this guy is powerful too. He's especially good at close combat. He's easily the second best of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. Even I would have a hard time defeating him. so don't let him get close to you. Good. At close combat. Jian Wushuang frowned and continued, Thanks for the tip, bro. You're welcome. I'm sure you'll be able to resist him, but be careful. Xue Lingtian warned him again. I will. Jian Wushuang nodded and then disrupted the communication. Jian Wushuang, what did your brother say? Emperor Shao turned to look at Jian Wushuang and asked. The other experts also shifted their gazes toward Jian Wushuang. It's all right. Let's go to meet this Master Ku, Jian Wushuang replied smilingly. With these words, he hurled himself out of the imperial palace. The others followed suit. The moment they came out of the formation, Jian Wushuang saw a person standing in the void in front of him. It was a good-looking, middle-aged man, but he had silver hair like an elder. What was most noticeable about him was his sharp and piercing eyes. So this is Master Ku, Jian Wushuang thought, feeling impressed by the man's unique aura. He discovered that the aura of this man was somewhat similar to that of his master Xian, except that Xian looked more aloof from the world. Even this Master Ku would be blown away by that cool aloofness. Master Ku. Jian Wushuang bowed, his voice modest. So you're Jian Wushuang. Master Ku turned his gaze toward Jian Wushuang. He fixed his eyes on Wushuang as if he could see through the young man. Gu Ji is my senior brother. He did some shitty things and deserved to die. But he didn't deserve to be killed by you, a boy who's less than 2,000 years old, said Master Ku, somewhat grumpily. Master Ku, my father-in-law, is the Emperor of Tang of the East, and your senior brother Gu Ji Dao Master was assisting the 3 big countries that were trying to destroy Tang of the East. When he came to challenge us, I accepted the challenge and killed him during the duel. This is just part of the battle between us and the 3 big countries. Please forgive my bluntness, Master Ku. You're one of the 18 Void Temple Masters. I don't think it's appropriate for you to get involved in this thing, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Humph. This has nothing to do with the Void Temple. This is something personal. I'm not interested in your battle against some invaders. As you killed my brother, I have to kill you to avenge his death. But since you're much younger than me, I'm not going to be too hard on you. 15 minutes. If you can manage to resist me for 15 minutes, I'll leave you alone and never speak of revenge again, Master Ku snorted and said. That's interesting, said Jian Wushuang. He could see that Master Ku did not have much feeling for his senior brother. He probably just comes here to fight me because of his duty as a junior brother, and he doesn't care much about whether he can kill me in the end. Otherwise, why did he give me this chance? If he really wants to avenge the death of his brother, he can come at me directly to kill me, thought Jian Wushuang. Deal, 15 minutes. Jian Wushuang laughed a hearty laugh. After you, Master Ku. Jian Wushuang sounded polite, but he was ready for battle. He was much more powerful than before. He had recently broken through to the 3-star ancient god level, and the newly gained blood-killing plate armor had also enhanced his battle strength. He guessed that his current battle strength was nearly as strong as that of a Dao Master, but he was not entirely sure of it. He would never know how strong he was unless he fought a battle with his full strength. Now, this Master Ku came along. He happened to be a well-matched opponent for Jian Wushuang. After fighting this Master Ku, Jian Wushuang would be all but to know more about his own strength. Let's get started, Jian Wushuang shouted, excitement flickering within his eyes. Humph. Master Ku snorted in contempt again. He flipped his hands to summon a pair of sabers. 2 sabers. Jian Wushuang was startled. Many experts of the green fire world use sabers, such as Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Su Lingtian. Nevertheless, very few of them use twin sabers. Prepare to die, Jian Wushuang. Master Ku bellowed as he dashed forward. Swoosh! Master Ku transformed himself into a saber and split the void. In the blink of an eye, he got close to Jian Wushuang and swung his twin sabers at the young man. That was fast. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Master Ku was indeed fast. He must be one of the strongest rank 3 Dao masters. Not everyone could wield 2 sabers at the same time with such speed and ferocity. Jian Wushuang's face turned red. He quickly summoned his Blood Mountain sword and channeled his ancient god power into his hand and then into the sword. Clang! Clang! The twin sabers and the sword clashed together. Jian Wushuang found it hard to resist the pressure exerted by Master Ku and could not help bending press down a lot. Chapter 977 Fighting Master Ku. Chapter 977 Fighting Master Ku. This Master Ku is fast and powerful, Jian Wushuang thought with a frown after exchanging a blow with Master Ku. Master Ku looked coldly at Jian Wushuang and launched the second round of attack with all his strength. Wait, this is really the worst situation. Jian Wushuang cringed as he suddenly thought of something. Xue Lingtian told me that Master Ku's forte is close combat. Even my senior brother finds it hard to resist his offensive ability during a close combat. However, now he's very close to me. Whoosh! 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 Master Ku cast many rays of intense blade light toward Jian Wushuang. Seeing an overwhelming amount of blade light flew toward him at an amazing speed, Jian Wushuang nearly got lost in astonishment. What should I do? He hurriedly brandished his Blood Mountain sword to fend off the blade light. This guy's offensive ability is shockingly strong, Jian Wushuang thought, as he groaned because of physical exhaustion. After passing the heaven level test, which was a test of the ancient god clan, Jian Wushuang's offensive ability was significantly improved. Besides, he was also very good at close combat. Nevertheless, Master Ku still outshone him in this aspect. With the help of his blood-killing plate armor, Jian Wushuang now had an offensive power that was nearly as strong as that of Master Ku. Unfortunately, Master Ku had already gotten close to him and suppressed him, giving him no breathing space. Humph! Jian Wushuang grunted suddenly. A murderous look flickered within his eyes. The next moment, 72 rays of light, which were light purple in color, flew out of his interspatial ring. They quickly formed a purple lightsaber in the void beside Jian Wushuang. 9 heaven sword formation, second formation. Go! Shouted Jian Wushuang. He managed to summon his sword formation while barely resisting Master Ku's attacks. His purple lightsaber swiftly pierced through the void and dashed toward Master Ku. 9 heaven sword formation, said Master Ku. He recognized the formation instantly, but he just laughed it off. He moved in an incredible way to avoid the lightsaber effortlessly. You avoided it? Nice move, Jian Wushuang said with 36 rays of light around him now. 9 heaven sword formation, first formation. Although the first formation was not as fast and powerful as the second one, Jian Wushuang still decided to use it to launch the second round of attacks. Compared to the second formation, which he has just mastered and was unable to control very well, he was more familiar with this first formation. Given this, it would be much easier for him to fight with this formation. The sword formation moved swiftly through the void under the guidance of Jian Wushuang, and in the blink of an eye, it approached Master Ku. That's interesting, said Master Ku. He fixed his eyes upon the sword formation and then slashed it with just one of his sabers. The next moment, the sword formation shattered. In the meantime, Master Ku swung the other saber toward Jian Wushuang. Mind-controlling secret skill, said Jian Wushuang. His eyes suddenly brightened. A magical force came at Master Ku. Master Ku paused for a moment, and then continued to swing his saber toward Jian Wushuang. Obviously, this mind-controlling secret skill had little effect on him. Ancient God finger, barrier breaking. Jian Wushuang said through gritted teeth. Realizing that he could never defeat Master Ku in close combat, he intended to force him to retreat. He channeled all his ancient god power into his index finger and launched attack. As heaven and earth shook, a giant golden finger pressed toward Master Ku. Master Ku channeled his power into the saber in his right hand and lifted it up. When it was ready, he swung it toward the finger. The blade light cut the giant golden finger in half, and the ancient god power contained in the finger abruptly spread out, causing an impact which successfully compelled Master Ku to retreat. Now they were several steps away from each other. Jian Wushuang looked at Master Ku, not fully recovered from the shock. The sword formation consisting of 36 1-meter swords was floating beside him. Senior brother is right. Master Ku is indeed good at close combat, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Master Ku stared back at Jian nonchalantly and said, "You're still at the Eternal Realm, but you fought pretty well. You're really something. No wonder they say you're one of the exceptional geniuses of this world. Now I see why you were able to kill Guji. Thanks. Now I've seen with my own eyes what an expert you are at close combat." "Humph! The blood saber told you that. Am I right?" Master Ku asked. Jian Wushuang nodded without saying a word. "Blood saber and I never fought each other, but it's not surprising that he knows some of my moves." Ku continued, "After all, both of us are Void Temple Masters, but there's one thing he doesn't know about me." "Yeah." Jian Wushuang frowned. "You've seen my close combat ability, but you haven't seen my trump card." "Your trump card? Get ready for it. If you survive, I'll give up revenge. But if you get killed, you'll have only yourself to blame," Master Ku howled. All the experts of the 3 big countries and the people in the imperial palace heard what he said and turned their head toward him. What was his trump card? Everyone wondered. Master Ku looked aloof. He had 2 sabers, but now he was putting one of them inside his interspatial ring, his eyes getting colder as he did so. Boom! An earth-shaking knife essence arose from Master Ku's body. The next moment he began to move. Swash! He popped out in front of Jian Wushuang all of a sudden. It was like teleportation. In the meantime, a gorgeous blade light appeared and fascinated all the people. Jian Wushuang's eyes were also drawn to the beautiful light. Beyond his expectation, he was suddenly engulfed by some kind of strange power. Chapter 978, Unbeatable. Chapter 978, Unbeatable. It was a consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang thought in amazement. He could do that too. In fact, he had just done that to Master Ku during their fight. However, this consciousness attack was different from an ordinary one. Consciousness attacks and sickle attacks were totally different. Nevertheless, Master Ku's trump card combined the two. The 2 types of attacks were blended together perfectly. Jian Wushuang was stunned, frozen in place, as the consciousness attack already kicked in when he saw the blade light, allowing him no time to react. As such, he could only see the blade light fly toward him at an amazing speed. "Oh, this is bad." Jian Wushuang. Emperor Shao and the gang inside the imperial palace turned pale with fright and shouted, "Is he going to die?" Experts of the 3 big countries were overjoyed to see what was happening to Jian Wushuang. Ape Holy Master, West Paradise Emperor, and South Paradise Emperor were especially happy. Jian Wushuang was unable to fend off the blade light that went straight for him. Clang! There was the sound of metal banging together again, and this time sparks were flying. Huh. Master Ku shook violently. What? Experts of the 3 big countries were surprised too. Master Ku's saber was very close to Jian Wushuang, and the terrifying blade light was in its prime. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang's armor still remained unscathed. As such, Jian Wushuang stood there unharmed. Experts of the three big countries were rendered speechless and could not help wondering, how is this even possible? A few days ago, when Jian Wushuang was fighting against Gu Ji Dao Master, Gu Ji failed to pierce through the youth's plate armor. However, this Master Ku is a lot more powerful than Gu Ji. And this is the best move Master Ku gets. The power in it almost reaches the top level of rank 3, and it can be felt miles away. How come it does Jian Wushuang absolutely no harm? Is his plate armor that marvelous? Jian Wushuang was so pleasantly surprised he was shaking a bit. He was screaming in his heart, "This is what I've expected." Being an ancient god of the 3-star imperial kinsman gives me an extraordinarily strong body, and with the help of the blood-killing plate armor, only a few top experts of the rank 3 Dao Masters can hurt me. Although Master Ku has great strength, and his last attack was so disturbingly quick even the rank 3 Dao Masters couldn't take it. His power is only close to the top level of rank 3. He couldn't have hurt me. And if he couldn't even hurt me, how could he ever kill me? Thought Jian Wushuang. Master Ku frowned. Obviously he saw this too. This kid is just an expert with the Eternal Realm. How come his body is that strong? That armor of his is not to be overlooked. My best shot couldn't even hurt him. Ku shook his head and sighed secretly. Master Ku, you've shown me your best move, and it's time I return the favor. Jian Wushuang's voice brought Master Ku to reality. He looked at Jian Wushuang, his face grim. Jian Wushuang's eyes looked cold. The 3 quadrangular stars between his eyebrows were dazzling as his ancient god power flowed toward his right index finger. Ancient god second finger, star-extinguishing finger. Jian Wushuang howled as he launched the attack. Boom! A giant sinkhole appeared in the void, and a towering hologram appeared in the center of the hole. It was only a half-body hologram, and it was only about 30 meters tall. But as it pointed a giant finger toward the air, the power it brought freaked everyone out. This was the second finger of the 3 fingers of the ancient god. Jian Wushuang had displayed this great skill in the imperial palace 1,200 years ago with the help of the essence blood from King Luozhen. Now he could manage to use this skill without absorbing any essence blood, since his ancient god power had already reached the 3-star level. The second finger was much more powerful than the first finger. When Master Ku felt the power of the giant finger, he groaned and attacked with his saber. Bang! A loud voice could be heard, as the terrifying power formed a storm that destroyed the void and the ground below, and it was still growing rapidly. Swoosh! A pale Master Ku came out of the storm like a ghost, and there was blood in the corner of his mouth. It appeared that he had not taken Jian Wushuang's attack well. Speaking of Jian Wushuang, he was still in the eye of the storm, and he could only be seen after the storm cleared. Jian Wushuang, you won. I'll never speak of revenge again, Master Ku said, realizing that there was nothing he could do. It was true. He had no choice but to let Jian Wushuang go. He was actually more powerful than Jian Wushuang. He could easily defeat the youth at close combat, and there was no way Jian Wushuang could block his best move. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang was too damn good at defending himself. There was nothing Master Ku could do to harm him. Even if Jian Wushuang stood still and never fought back, Master Ku could not hurt him. Jian Wushuang's out-of-this-world defense meant that he could never be defeated. Thanks for not killing me, Master Ku. Jian Wushuang laughed. Trying to kill you isn't my only reason here today. The Temple Master has a message for you. He wants to know if you'd be interested in joining the Void Temple. Master Ku said out of the blue. Huh. Jian Wushuang was visibly surprised. The Temple Master? The Void Temple? Chapter 979. The gloves are off. Chapter 979. The gloves are off. Jian Wushuang had thought that Master Ku was only here for revenge, but now it appeared that he was also a messenger. Jian Wushuang, the temple master, specifically asked for you, specifyly, and this almost never happened before, Master Ku continued. So take some time to think about it. I'm sure you know how awesome the Void Temple is. After all, your senior brother is one of us. And if you join too, you'll be a master, and it won't be long before you could be an elder. Jian Wushuang was pleased, but he didn't reply. Like I said, think about it. If you decide to join us, just break this token and the Void Master will know, and he'll send someone to pick you up, Master Ku said, handing the token to Jian Wushuang. Thank you, and please tell your master that I'll think about it, Jian Wushuang replied. Will do. See you around. Master Ku left immediately after he finished. Jian Wushuang watched him walk away, and then he put away the token before he turned his gaze toward the camp of the 3 big countries. Many experts were there, and the most powerful 3 were Ape Holy Master, West Paradise Emperor, and Nan Emperor. These experts were now very disappointed. They had expected Master Ku to kill Jian Wushuang, or at least force the youth to use his full strength. But it turned out that Master Ku was unable to do any of that, not even hurting him. Not at all. He could not kill him even when Jian just stood still and did not fight back. We've got company, Ape Holy Master said. And then it happened. Yo, experts of the 3 big countries. A loud voice reached their camp. It was, of course, Jian Wushuang's voice. He was in the void outside the royal palace. He crossed his arms and looked at them. Like I said before, you've got to give me an answer within 3 days. It's been 2. Have you thought of an answer? The 3 experts were obviously annoyed, but they still moved toward Jian Wushuang. They stopped when they were less than 30 meters away from him. Any of the experts could cover that distance in an instant. This kid didn't even flinch. He isn't backing off. Isn't he afraid of us at all? Ape Holy Master murmured with a frown. We've seen his defense ability. Even Master Ku couldn't hurt him. Why should he be afraid of us? West Paradise Emperor replied, even you will have trouble killing him. Ape Holy Master nodded and thought. Yes, indeed. Although I'm a Holy Master, it'll still be hard for me to kill Jian Wushuang. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you the 3 bosses of the 3 big countries? And the Holy Master in the middle is Ape Holy Master, Jian Wushuang said confidently. Jian Wushuang. Ape Holy Master opened his mouth. His voice was dignified. You want an answer? Why should we give one to you? Because of your achievements 1,200 years ago. Ape Holy Master asked, each word more powerful than the previous one. Wasn't that enough? Jian Wushuang smiled. Nope, not even close. Ape Holy Master shouted, don't try to fool me. You were something 1,200 years ago, but it wasn't all you. You used some special tricks, and I'm guessing it was precisely because of that your body exploded into a blood fog. Those special tricks were hard to use for the first time. It's impossible for you to use them again. So tell me, why should I answer to you? Ape Holy Master was correct. Tang of the East could not stand against the 3 big countries, and if Jian Wushuang had not used those special tricks years ago, it would have been impossible for him to stop them. Jian Wushuang knew it all. You're right, I can't use those tricks anymore, Jian Wushuang said smilingly. If you still want to destroy our country, so be it, but I have to point out something. He took a deep breath and then said in a sonorous voice, you can continue attacking us, you can continue besieging our royal palace, and you can take away our 36 prefectures. We don't have the power to fight back. But as long as Dao Master Spirit's formation is in place, you can't come in, and you can't kill us all. Our top-level experts can be well protected. And as you begin to attack the royal palace, I'll leave. I'll go away to find ways to improve myself. I'm confident that within 1,000 years I can become a Tao master, and within 10,000 I could become a holy master. And I'll come back for you, and when I do, you'll be the first ones I kill. I swear, I'll hunt you down no matter what. And I'll make the 3 big countries disappear. Time is all I got. Let's see what happens. Chapter 980, Menace from Jian Wushuang. Chapter 980, Menace from Jian Wushuang. Was he threatening them? Yes, he was. Everyone knew that. The 3 experts were visibly annoyed. If an average Joe with the Eternal Realm were making this threat, they would shrug it off. Nevertheless, it was not an average Joe. It was an exceptional genius of the green fire world. No one knew what he was capable of, but Master Ku's invitation sure said a lot. Even the Void Temple Master wanted to recruit him. It would be very easy for him to become a Tao Master or even a Holy Master. It was also possible that he could become someone like the Void Temple Master and Tao Yuanzi. Most importantly, his battle strength was excellent too. He was just an expert with Eternal Realm, but he managed to resist Master Ku. He would have enough powers to face off against Ape Holy Master when he became a Tao Master. Just like he had said, in 10,000 years he would be able to come back and annihilate all the experts of the 3 big countries. Jian Wushuang, are you threatening me? Ape Holy Master was blue with anger. He stared at Jian and continued, You'd have to live another 10,000 years for everything you just said to be true. If I kill you now, none of that will happen. You're right. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, Killing me now would stop me from killing you in the future. But I'd bet big money you can't kill me now. Jian Wushuang smiled confidently. Ape Holy Master was getting angrier. Was he willing to bet big money on whether or not he could kill Jian Wushuang right there, right then? No, he was not. He even had no idea if he could beat Jian Wushuang at that moment. He dared not to bet on himself killing Jian Wushuang, not only because of the powers that Jian Wushuang had just showed off when fighting Master Ku, but also because of the battle 1,200 years ago. Back then, Jian Wushuang had exploded into a blood fog in the end. Normally people would die when this happened, but after 1,200 years, Jian was still alive and well, and he was even more powerful than before. This was too weird. As such, Ape Holy Master was not sure if he could kill him. What are we going to do? West Paradise Emperor and Nan Paradise Emperor asked. There's nothing we can do. He's threatening us, and I'm not sure if I can kill him. We can't bet the fate of our countries on him not becoming a Tao Master, Ape Holy Master said coldly. He believed that Jian Wushuang could definitely become a Tao Master. You mean we back off? West Paradise Emperor asked. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the 3 big countries this time. They were just 1 step away from wiping out Tang of the East. Just 1 step away. If they stopped now, they probably would never find another opportunity like this. We've got no other choice, Ape Holy Master sighed and said. Who'd have thought Tang of the East got such a savior at the last moment? Jian Wushuang. Ape Holy Master turned to look at Jian again. We've decided to retreat. They had no other option but to give up. They were so close. That's not good enough for me. Jian Wushuang shook his head. What else do you want? Ape Holy Master shouted, anger flickering in his eyes. They promised to give up, but Jian was still not satisfied. You're being forced by me to retreat now, but I can't be here forever. Can you promise that you won't come back when I'm gone? Jian said coldly. What? It was getting harder and harder for Ape Holy Master to control his anger. I want you guys to swear you won't come to attack us again for the next 100,000 years. If you say yes, I'll let this go, Jian Wushuang said. You want us to swear? It was hard for the 3 masters to believe what they had just heard. They were the top guys in the Gree fire world, and now they were being forced to make a promise like this. Emperor Shao and the other experts inside the imperial palace nodded when they heard Jian Wushuang's words. 10,000 years was not long, but it would be long enough for Tang of the East to get itself together. They would be ready to resist the three big countries when they came back for them after 100,000 years. They believed that the three top-notch experts would not break a promise they made in front of so many witnesses. If Ape Holy Master agreed with what Jian had proposed, it would be great for Tang of the East. Ape Holy Master thought for a while and came to a conclusion. "Fine, I promise," Ape Holy Master said coldly. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang smiled in satisfaction. The other two masters were not happy about it, but again they had no other choice. They had to promise Jian Wushuang too. A golden-robed elder watched all this happening in front of him, while hiding himself in the shadows. "Interesting," the elder said to himself and then dashed out of the shadows. Chapter 981, The Golden-Robed Elder. Chapter 981, The Golden-Robed Elder. In front of all the experts of Tang of the East and the three big countries, Ape Holy Master, West Paradise Emperor, and South Emperor made a promise. They swore that they would not attack Tang of the East within 100,000 years. "We've made a promise, Jian Wushuang. Are you satisfied?" Ape Holy Master was barely able to control his temper. "Yes, I am," Jian smiled and said. "Since you've made a promise, you should start honoring it now." "Humph." Ape Holy Master snorted and then shifted his gaze toward the royal palace of Tang of the East. "Emperor Shao, you got lucky this time. Enjoy it while it lasts," Ape Holy Master said, and then looked at the other two masters beside himself. "Let's go." They were ready to take their departure. Nevertheless, before they could do so, you think you can walk out of here in one piece?" A sonorous voice was heard. The three masters stopped. A golden-robed elder who seemed to come out of nowhere was standing in front of them. He had silver hair and looked nice. What was most noticeable about him was the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. He popped out all of a sudden. The three masters were standing so close to him, but they had not noticed anything. The three masters flinched when they saw the elder. Emperor Shao, Emperor Yun, and Lung Rushuang also saw the elder as soon as he came out. Emperor Shao and Emperor Yun were thrilled to see him. They started to rush toward him immediately. They did not care that they were badly wounded. They came out of the protective formation and the royal palace. They went to kneel in front of the elder. "Master! Master!" the two said simultaneously. They could barely mask the happiness in their voice. Everyone present was obviously shocked, including Jian Wushuang. He turned to take a look at the elder and thought in astonishment. "Master! The Emperor's master. Everybody in the Green Fire world knows who their master is. They're calling this Elder Master. That means this elder is Tang Emperor. He's the founder of Tang of the East and the master of Emperor Qin, Emperor Shao, Emperor Yun, and Emperor Lung. He has disappeared for many years, and now he's back." The whole royal palace was carried away by wild excitement. Experts inside the palace could not help but burst into thunderous cheers upon learning that Tang Emperor was back. After all, it was Tang Emperor, the mysterious founder of Tang of the East. He created this country and trained Emperor Qin, Emperor Shao, Emperor Yun, and Emperor Lung. He had disappeared for years. Many people, including Emperor Shao and Emperor Yun, had believed that he was dead. Beyond their expectations, he came back. "Get up!" Tang Emperor raised his hand, and the two emperors kneeled in front of him stood up. "We'll talk later." After that, the elder diverted his eyes to Ape Holy Master, West Paradise Emperor, and South Emperor. "Things sure have changed since I left. Back then, Tang of the East was the only country in this world. But now there are 4, and the 3 of you join hands to attack us." "How dare you?" Tang Emperor said nonchalantly. The three masters swallowed hard. They were very afraid of Tang Emperor. They were 100 times afraid of him than they did Jian Wushuang. What was scary about Jian Wushuang was his potential. It hadn't happened yet. It was another story for Tang Emperor. The experts in the royal palace were gloating. They stared at the three masters happily, who had been pretty arrogant a moment ago. Jian Wushuang just forced them away. He did not actually wreak vengeance on them. Now that Tang Emperor was here, it was a whole other story. A holy master and 2 Dao masters, you wanted to destroy us. That's hilarious. Tang Emperor scoffed at the 3 masters, and then he pointed a finger toward them. It might look casual, but the 3 masters quickly felt the power gathered on the finger. They were scared. Even Ape Holy Master, the most powerful of them, was not confident about resisting this attack. The next moment, they spitted blood and dropped to the ground. When they managed to stand up again, they looked paler than ever. He's so powerful. It's scary. The crowd was surprised. He hurt them pretty badly with just a finger, and it was obvious that he did not use his full strength. If he did, they would be dead by now. Jian Wushuang, this old dude, is fierce. He's much stronger than Dao Yuanzi. Even with the blood-killing plate armor, the Dao Yuanzi could never beat him. Gu Qing's voice was inside Jian Wushuang's head. Really? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Tang Emperor looked at the 3 masters. You should feel lucky that you've promised to not come back for 100,000 years. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. Tang Emperor's cold voice was heard throughout the world. Chapter 982, Heir to Emperor Qing. Chapter 982, Heir to Emperor Qing. The powerful warriors around were all taken aback by the spectacle, and the badly hurt ape Holy Master, the West Paradise Emperor, and the South Emperor were cheering hoarsely, joyous that they were still alive. Despite their earlier hatred and anger towards Jian Wushuang earlier, they were now grateful for him. It was only because of Jian Wushuang that they were forced to concede a pact in public that will never again invade the Tang Empire of the East in tens of thousands of years. Then again, the Tang Emperor would have had their heads by now, if not for the willing settlement they have agreed to. Even though the Tang Emperor had alluded to the involvement of the Green Fire Palace in this skirmish, the 3 were certain that the Tang Emperor would have had them slain if he wished so. Hear me, you 3. The Tang Emperor glared coldly at them with the keenness of a blade. You have 10 days. In these 10 days, you will withdraw all your forces from the boundaries of the Tang Empire. You will then surrender half of the treasures and wealth of your domains as indemnity of the damages you have incurred upon the Empire. Surely that will hardly be an inconvenience to you 3. The booming voice of the Tang Emperor rumbled across the broad expanse of the battlefield, much to the chagrin of the warrior horde of the 3 great countries. Retreating from the borders of the Tang Empire in 10 days was hardly an impossible feat more so, now that the Tang Emperor had returned. Then again, surrendering half of their nation's wealth and treasures that have been amassed for generations. This was, most obviously, too painful a price for them to bear. Through the long years and laborious efforts, their forefathers had so painstakingly and jealously hoarded these treasures as heirlooms for posterity. Yet now, they have to give up half of their trove willingly. The 3 trembled with reluctance. Yet never would they dare defy the will of the Tang Emperor. It shall be as you command. In 10 days, the Ape Holy Master replied grudgingly through gritted teeth. Sound judgment. Leave now. The Tang Emperor dismissed them with a flail of his sleeves. Immediately, with haste, the 3 swiftly mustered the remaining of their forces and withdrew. As the invading host began to turn and leave with their heads hanging at their defeat, thunderous cries began to erupt in the imperial city. The remaining warriors and the defenders of the city all broke into exultant cheers at their triumph. For more than a millennium and 2 centuries, they have endured the siege launched by the hosts of the 3 great countries. tolerating their incessant jeers and mockeries for having to cower within the protective barriers of the imperial city as they had been too powerless to repel the invaders at their gates. And now, at long last, the invading hosts of the three great countries were forced to withdraw, defeated after many long years of trying to subjugate them. They have lost miserably and ignominiously. More importantly, the founding father of the empire, the Tang Emperor himself, has returned. Painful trials and heavy tribulations the empire has endured in this millennium-long conflict. Yet, all matters would be set right through the return of the Tang Emperor. With the Tang Emperor returned, none in the entire Green Fire world would dare incur the wrath of the Tang Empire anymore. This was the authority and dominance that the Tang Emperor wielded. Master, teacher, Emperor Xiao and Emperor Yin looked upon Jian Wushuang with anxious excitement. Enough. Let us return. The Tang Emperor repudiated the gestures of his disciples with a wave of his hand, and they all headed back into the imperial city. Within the halls of the handsomely adorned palace, the Tang Emperor, clothed fully in lustrous gold, sat upon his throne. Below the dais stood Emperor Xiao, Emperor Yin, Jian Wushuang, Lung Rushuang, and some of the greatest and most illustrious of the empire. I am to be blamed, master. It was my incompetence that the empire was ravaged thus by the woman's evil devilry, and we were nearly destroyed. Emperor Xiao confessed to the Tang Emperor of what had happened over the years, asking also for his mentor's forgiveness. Listening with a frown, the Tang Emperor muttered, "Never would I have expected that so much had transpired in my absence, that even my disciple would fall into such decadence and conspired with the blood-killing sect against the empire. We must thank our blessings that the people from the blood-killing sect were slain and the empire is saved from utter destruction," the Tang Emperor murmured. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jian Wushuang. "Young man, your name is Jian Wushuang, is it not?" The Tang Emperor regarded him with a pleasant smile, his tone gentle and affable. "That is so, your Imperial Majesty," Jian Wushuang replied politely. Even Jian Wushuang could hardly behaving respectfully as he stood before the legendary Tang Emperor. "Addressing me as your Imperial Majesty is too distant a greeting for me. You are the student of Little Qing, are you not? You will address me as your Grandmaster." Tang Emperor smiled jovially. "Grandmaster? Little Qing student?" Jian Wushuang was startled and confused. "Jian Wushuang?" Emperor Xiao looked at him. "That powerful method that you learned, the one which I earlier mentioned, belonged to one of my closest friends, who is also my senior sister, Emperor Qing, the most powerful of the 4 emperors." "What?" Jian Wushuang exclaimed with disbelief. The heavenly creation skill was a creation of Emperor Qing. The mythical Emperor Qing, who was rumored to be as powerful as the Tang Emperor himself. "What you have learned was a technique left behind by my senior sister. That makes you her student and the heir to her legacy. Thus, the Tang Emperor, who is her master, is your grandmaster." Emperor Xiao smiled. "I see," Jian Wushuang understood now, accepting his newfound lineage. Then again, Jian Wushuang recognized only one master. That was Xian Yi. Xian Yi was the only master to whom he had truly knelt before and acknowledged, for it was he who had shown him kindness and love. Xian Yi, who was like a father to him. But then again, Jian Wushuang was the heir to more than a handful of legacies. Through the essence blood of King Luo Zhen, Jian Wushuang had inherited the bloodline of the ancient gods. Despite having exhausted more than 9/10 of the essence blood, his body had consumed the rest of it, making him also the heir to the legacy of King Luo Zhen. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's survival to this day owed, in no small part, to the heavenly creation skill. Without it, he was nothing. Therefore, it was only right that he viewed himself as the heir to the legacy of Emperor Qing. For that reason, it was also none too right that he addressed the Tang Emperor as his grandmaster. "My deepest respects to you, Grandmaster," Jian Wushuang bowed reverently to the Tang Emperor. Ha ha ha! The Tang Emperor broke into a comforting smile. It seems that little Qing had found herself a worthy heir to carry on her methods of inverse cultivation. But have a care, my child. Do not follow the very same path that little Qing had once trodden upon. Chapter 983. The Secret of Inverse Cultivators. Chapter 983. The Secret of Inverse Cultivators. Do not follow in Empress Qing's footsteps. After Jian Wushuang heard these words, his expression turned quite strange, and he immediately asked, Grandmaster, Uncle Shao, how on earth did Senior Empress Qing die? Jian Wushuang always wanted to ask this question, which at the same time was also a mystery of the green fire world. Why did Empress Qing die? Empress Qing's strength was on par with that of the Tang Emperor, and she was invincible in the green fire world. No one was able to kill her, excluding the experts from outside the green fire world. However, the fact was that she died. Among the 4 emperors in the Tang of the East, Empress Qing died first. Just because of that, the Tang of the East would then collapse at its heyday, and a series of changes would take place. Senior sister was not killed by someone else. There are other reasons for her death, Emperor Shao said solemnly. Was it due to her cultivation method? Jian Wushuang asked with a furrowed brow. Sort of. Emperor Shao nodded. The Tang Emperor then chimed in. I acquired that cultivation method by chance. In the beginning, I figured out that it was unique and fabulous, and I wanted to cultivate it myself. But soon after, I discovered that its power could only be displayed step by step. Therefore, this cultivation method can only be cultivated by younger people who have just come in contact with spiritual power and don't belong to the eternal world. After all, the eternal world has a very favorable cultivation environment with abundant spiritual power. As long as a man is willing to cultivate with concentrated attention, he can reach the skyscraping realm easily, and even reach the divine realm within a few decades. In this way, it is impossible for this cultivation method to achieve the effect of the first few steps in forging a flawless foundation. Jian Wushuang agreed secretly. The heavenly creation skill consisted of 6 steps, namely, reaching the 9th heaven of the divine path, expanding the ultimate spiritual sea, building the supreme gold core realm, yin-yang breaking, becoming a venerable master, and flying to the 9th heaven. There were 6 steps in total. Every step was essential and was the key to forging a flawless foundation. If one who had great talent cultivated the heavenly creation skill in the eternal world, it would only take him a few years to get to the next level. And thus, there was no way for the cultivation method to achieve the effect of those 6 steps and to forge a flawless foundation. So, I went to so many ancient worlds to pick geniuses who were suitable for cultivating this cultivation method. I selected some younger ones and made them my personal disciples. After they became my disciples, I imparted onto them that cultivation method. But unfortunately, if one wants to cultivate that cultivation method, not just talent alone, but many other factors are required. Thus, only little Qing was qualified to cultivate it. As for the other 3, they could not make any progress after reaching the level of spiritual sea or the gold core level. Helplessly, I let them cultivate other cultivation methods so that they could become powerful over time. The Tang Emperor said slowly. An idea crossed Jian Wushuang's mind as he heard these words. He had not felt any other restraints and encountered any obstacles while cultivating the heavenly creation skill. His cultivation process was quite smooth. Therefore, he did not know that there were many other conditions required for cultivating this cultivation method. Jian Wushuang, I have also heard about the cultivation method cultivated especially by inverse cultivators. Gu Qing's voice resounded in Jian Wushuang's heart. If one wants to be an inverse cultivator, a heaven-defying cultivation method is a must. Moreover, the requirements for the person who cultivates the cultivation method are very demanding. As far as I know, in the eternal world, Rarely are people qualified to become inverse cultivators. And you obviously are one of the few people in the green fire world who is entitled to do so. Really? Jian Wushuang was shocked speechless. Only a few people were entitled to become inverse cultivators in the green fire world. The odds were so slim. Before my senior sister died, she divided the technique of that cultivation method into two parts. They're the two gray stone beads that you know. Emperor Shao said she entrusted one gray stone bead to me, and the other, with the little consciousness she had left, entered the ancient world through the portal to find the one who was qualified to become an inverse cultivator. After looking for tens of thousands of years, she finally found you. I believe you must be very curious about why the gray stone bead would appear in your body instead of that of others. That is because you are one of the few people in that world who is qualified to be an inverse cultivator. Moreover, you happen to have not touched any spiritual power yet. I finally see. Jian Wushuang nodded. He now knew the origin of the gray stone bead that had changed his life and why Empress Qing had chosen him to be her successor. It was because he met the conditions for becoming an inverse cultivator. Kid, the Tang Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "The cultivation method you have been cultivating is extraordinary. Even in the entire eternal chaotic world, inverse cultivators are very unique beings. Furthermore, inverse cultivators do everything in defiance of the natural order and will not be tolerated by the world. So, your road ahead will not be smooth. As for what will happen, you will gradually understand after you break through to become a Tao Master." I see. Thanks for your advice, Grandmaster. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly and began to pay attention to this matter. Even Empress Qing died on the road of inverse cultivation, and he did not consider himself stronger than Empress Qing. Hence, he needed to be more cautious. By the way, I just heard from my disciple that you have an extraordinary teacher, said the Tang Emperor suddenly. Jian Wushuang froze. Just now, Emperor Shao talked to the Tang Emperor about what had happened over the past few years. Of course, he also mentioned the selection ceremony and the earth-shattering wedding gifts that Jian Wushuang had taken out from the ceremony. 13,800 emperor weapons. With so many treasures, the Tang Emperor surely could figure out how unusual Jian Wushuang's teacher was. Yeah, I have a teacher, Jian Wushuang replied with a nod. I'm quite curious about your teacher, who is not only able to teach you and the Master Bloodsaber, but also can offer so many fabulous wedding gifts. Since you are going to marry my martial granddaughter, could you ask him to be your wedding officiant? The Tang Emperor asked with a smile. Wedding. Jian Wushuang was dazed by this and subconsciously shifted his gaze to Lung Rushuang, who was sitting beside him. Lung Rushuang also looked at him, and a faint blush could be seen on her cold and arrogant face. Chapter 984, Wedding Ceremony. Chapter 984, Wedding Ceremony. Jian Wushuang, you have proposed to my daughter with wedding gifts in front of all the experts at the selection ceremony. Do you want to deny what you have done? Emperor Shao smiled and asked jokingly, Of course not. Jian Wushuang shook his head and returned his smile. I will send a message to my teacher right now. Jian Wushuang immediately messaged Qian Yi. Since it was a marriage, his elders should be present. However, his parents were not by his side, so his teacher should be his wedding officiant. I prepared the wedding gifts for you 1,000 years ago, but you haven't gotten married until now. Qian Yi was on cloud 9 after receiving Jian Wushuang's message. I cannot be your wedding officiant because I have something urgent to do right now. I'll message your senior brother and ask him to be your wedding officiant. My senior brother? Jian Wushuang nodded. Thank you very much, teacher. Jian Wushuang soon stopped his communication with Qian Yi. In the hall, he looked up and said, My teacher has something urgent on hand and cannot leave for the time being. He'll ask my senior brother to be my wedding officiant. Your senior brother? Master Blood Saber? Emperor Shao raised his eyebrows. It was reasonable for his senior brother to be his wedding officiant instead of his teacher. What a pity! The Tang Emperor shook his head. He was very curious about Xian Yi and originally hoped to meet him at the wedding ceremony. However, it seemed that would be impossible now. In that case, we don't have to bother especially choosing a lucky day. You might as well get married tomorrow, the Tang Emperor said directly. Tomorrow? Why should we be in such a hurry? Jian Wushuang was astonished. What? You are unwilling to do that? Tang Emperor asked meaningfully. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head again and again. Girl! The Tang Emperor looked at Lang Rushuang with deep eyes, in which some profound meaning was revealed, and asked, Are you ready to get married tomorrow? Okay, Lang Rushuang replied gently. That's settled then. Order our men to prepare for it. The Tang Emperor waved his hand. Emperor Shao immediately stood up to make preparations for the next day's wedding. Jian Wushuang was a little confused. He knew that he would marry Lang Rushuang, but he did not expect this day to come so soon. Jian Wushuang, who had almost been deified by others, returned alive and was going to marry Lang Rushuang, the princess of the Tang of the East. The news spread throughout this country, and even the entire green fire world like a storm in less than half a day. In an instant, people throughout all of the green fire world were shocked, and those in the Tang of the East seethed with excitement. As soon as they received the news, many clans, forces, and experts in the Tang of the East prepared gifts immediately and sent their men to the imperial palace that very day. Many experts even hurried there to congratulate them personally. In the meantime, experts in the green fire world dispatched people to send gifts as well. Those who had no time to send gifts there expressed their congratulations as soon as they were able to. Jian Wushuang had great potential. Moreover, the Tang Emperor already returned to the Tang of the East. With him protecting this country, it would be as stable as Mount Tai. Everyone offered their congratulations to them, be it for the sake of Jian Wushuang or the Tang Emperor. Even 3 big countries that were just forced by the Tang Emperor prepared gifts after receiving the news and sent them to the imperial palace as quickly as possible. Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xue Lingtian, also arrived at the imperial palace through the Void Temple's wormhole on the same day. In less than half a day, the Tang of the East had made thorough preparations for the next day's wedding. The night was bright with moonlight. Dressed in a white robe, Lang Rushuang nestled in Jian Wushuang's arms at the top of a 9-layered pavilion and looked at the moonlight shining below. Did you feel better after taking the crepe myrtle elixir? Jian Wushuang asked. 1,200 years ago, when he realized that he could not anticipate his end after forcibly swallowing King Luo Zhen's essence blood, he handed the crepe myrtle elixir to Lang Rushuang. Now 1,200 years had passed, and Lang Rushuang should have taken it, and the icy heart poison inside her should have been suppressed. I feel a whole lot better. Today, Grandmaster personally examined my body, and he said I was fine. Lang Rushuang forced out a smile. Really? Jian Wushuang knitted his brows. According to what Gu King had said, Lang Rushuang was not just poisoned by the icy heart poison. Most important of all, she was a primordial great sinner. A primordial great sinner was born to suffer. How could a crepe myrtle elixir really solve all this? Though he had doubts in his mind, he still felt that it was not so good to ask any more questions now that the Tang Emperor had said Lang Rushuang was fine. I'd better look for an opportunity to ask the Tang Emperor about that clearly, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The hazy moonlight shone on the vast imperial palace. It seemed as if the entire imperial palace was covered with a layer of silver, and it looked very beautiful. I feel so good, Lang Rushuang murmured. Her voice resounded around Jian Wushuang's ears. You can snuggle in my arms until the end of time, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I did not expect to hear such words come from your mouth. Lung Rushuang looked up at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was speechless. He was indeed rather ignorant about love affairs. We're going to get married tomorrow, but unfortunately, my father won't be able to come here. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and some bitterness was revealed in his eyes. It had been almost 2,000 years since his father, Jian Nantian, separated from him in the ancient world. He had not received any message from him during this period. Uncle Shao should know my father's whereabouts. When the wedding is over and everything in the Tang of the East has settled down, I have to set off to find my father, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Right at that moment, Lung Rushuang let out a muffled groan, and her face turned a little pale. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang frowned. Nothing. The wind blows strongly here. Let's go back, Lung Rushuang explained. Fine. Jian Wushuang nodded. He turned back and left with Lung Rushuang. At this point, there were traces of struggling and shivering in the depths of Lung Rushuang's eyes. Even Jian Wushuang failed to notice it. Lung Rushuang roared in her heart. Please give me one more day. One day is enough. The last day, the energy that had been raging inside her gradually subsided as if it had heard her growl. Her expression gradually turned normal, and she walked toward her room with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 985. See you in the next life. Chapter 985. See you in the next life. It was a new day. The sky had just lit up. Dong, dong, dong. The deep ringing of an ancient bell resonated across the imperial palace. There was a huge floating platform with a large flight of stairs in the center. Experts of varying powers in Tang of the East had gathered next to the stairs, their attention on the two figures which were making their way forward hand in hand. Clothed in a luxurious silk robe with an intricate golden dragon embroidery design, Jian Wushuang looked especially captivating. Lung Rushuang was dressed in a striking long red dress, which was embellished with the image of a fire phoenix. Completing the look was a golden phoenix crown, which showed off her unmatchable beauty. One was the most exceptional genius recognized by Green Fire World, the legendary figure of Tang of the East. The other was the most stunning woman of Green Fire World, Emperor Zhao's daughter and princess of Tang of the East. They were a perfect match. As they ascended the stairs and arrived at the center of the platform, bright smiles broke across the faces of Tang Emperor and Xue Lingtian, who were in the seats of honor. Bow to heaven and earth. In the presence of the experts, the simple wedding ceremony was completed. The ceremony was followed by a lively and large-scale banquet that extended throughout the imperial palace. Jian Wushuang celebrated the joyous occasion with the experts with tosses of drinks. The banquet only came to an end late at night. In the wedding chamber, Jian Wushuang headed back to his wedding room after entertaining the guests all day long at the banquet. Stepping into the room, he shook his body to get rid of the tipsy feeling. His eyes immediately laid onto Lung Rushuang, who was quietly sitting on the edge of the bed and waiting for him. Walking up, he sat down in front of her. Shuanger. Jian Wushuang looked at Lung Rushuang affectionately. With his fingers, he caressed her hair on both sides of her forehead. You look really breathtaking, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Lung Rushuang leaned towards Jian Wushuang without a word. With a gentle smile, Jian Wushuang kissed her and did not pull back for a long while. Shuanger, I want you. Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with desire. He laid Lung Rushuang down onto the bed and slowly leaned towards her. A passionate and delightful wedding night followed. No words were exchanged between the newlyweds. They merely expressed their love towards each other through their actions. When Jian Wushuang woke up the next morning, Lung Rushuang was sitting at the table. You forgot about the cross-cupped wine last night. It's time to make up for it now, Lung Rushuang said while looking at him with a tender expression. Momentarily stunned, Jian Wushuang could only look at her. Noticing the wine glasses on the table, he stood up immediately and walked towards her with a grin. The wine glasses were filled with wine. As a representation of our eternal love, let's drink up. Jian Wushuang took a wine glass in his hands and brought it before his wife. Picking up her wine glass, Lung Rushuang gave a slight quiver that escaped Jian Wushuang's notice. They crossed the wine glasses and consumed all the wine. The wine has a great taste. Jian Wushuang commented. The wine left a strong aftertaste in his mouth. It's been some time since you have listened to me playing the Chinese zither. What do you say about me playing a tune for you today? Lung Rushuang said smilingly. That would be amazing. Jian Wushuang beamed. With a wave of her hand, a Chinese zither appeared in front of Lung Rushuang. Her slender fingers plucked the strings gently. The soul-stirring music slowly traveled across the room. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and listened carefully. The tune was sweet and melodious, yet it portrayed mixed feelings of kinds. These mixed feelings were complicated beyond words. The tune conveyed feelings of pain, sorrow, and particularly helplessness. As he listened on, Jian Wushuang's brows came together in a knit. Lung Rushuang had stopped playing, but the echo of the music remained in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang lifted his lid slowly. A flash of doubt appeared in his eyes. Shuanger, we just got married. You should be elated, but your music, Jian Wushuang started. Heartbreaking, isn't it? Lung Rushuang looked at him. Seeing the look in Lung Rushuang's eyes, Jian Wushuang's heart sank with a tremble. Lung Rushuang had tried to keep her pain and helplessness to herself, but her eyes reflected depths of despair. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, a feeling of dread descending upon him. The tune I just played is called See You in the Next Life. Lung Rushuang said slowly. See you in the next life? What do you mean? You! Jian Wushuang's expression changed dramatically. Trying to stand up, he found that he was suddenly too weak to do so. Not knowing why, he realized that he had lost even the strength to move his fingers. What is happening? What in the world is going on here? Jian Wushuang was in a fit of shock and rage, but unable to utter any word. He could only roar madly internally. Wine, it's the wine I just drank. Jian Wushuang stared at the wine glasses in front of him with wide eyes. Jian Wushuang, I'm sorry. Lung Rushuang said in a grief-stricken voice. I'm a great sinner. You're too good for me. I'm already contented to be your wife for one day. Sorry? No, I don't want your apologies, no. Jian Wushuang growled crazily inside. He fixed his eyes stubbornly on Lung Rushuang, but was unable to say a single word. Jian Wushuang, goodbye. If there exists the next life, I would love to be your wife again. You and I, let's see each other in the next life. Lung Rushuang's voice was filled with sorrow. Tears rolled down her face uncontrollably. No. Jian Wushuang broke down. Gu King, quick. Stop her. Help me to stop her. Jian Wushuang shouted internally with all his might. Gu King, who was resting inside of Jian Wushuang's body, remained silent and failed to respond despite hearing the pleas. Jian Wushuang stared at Lung Rushuang with wild eyes. Lung Rushuang gave him a last smile, turned around slowly and flew away. No. Jian Wushuang let out a thunderous roar inside. The wine took its effect and he was wiped out. The wine was called Bloody Flame. Originating from eternal chaotic world, the wine required long years of cultivation by a hard-drinking expert. The wine was so potent that a cup is enough to sink Tao masters, celestial masters, and even supreme experts like Tang Emperor into a drunken condition for 7 days and nights. Jian Wushuang, an eternal realm expert, was no match for the strength of the wine. when Jian Wushuang was in the ancient world. To stop his friends from taking risks with him, he had used the 3-day drunk to intoxicate them. The same scenario repeated itself, but this time, Jian Wushuang played the role of the victim. Chapter 986 Out. Chapter 986 Out. Outside the imperial palace, there lay a mountain which no one ever spoke of. In the mountain, Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao, Emperor Yin Shualingtian, along with Wang Yuan and Yang Zishuan, the 2 sworn brothers of Jian Wushuang, were all waiting. Not long after, a figure in white flew over from the distant sky and landed. It was Lung Rushuang, her expressionless face, as pale as a piece of white paper, matched her usual icy, cool demeanor. "Shuanger." Emperor Shao called out to his daughter. He was shaking and looking at her with complicated feelings. "It's all the wrench's fault." Emperor Shao growled repeatedly. "Father." Lung Rushuang looked at Emperor Shao and said, "It's all in the past. There is no use in blaming Mother. Just let her stay in Thunder Hell and live the rest of her life in peace." Emperor Shao could not let it go simply. "Girl, come here." Tang Emperor beckoned Lung Rushuang over. "Grandmaster." Lung Rushuang greeted him politely, walking over to his side. With a raise of his hand, Tang Emperor left a mark on Lung Rushuang's body. "Grandmaster, what's this?" Lung Rushuang asked, confused. "All of us went behind Jian Wushuang's back to make this one-day marriage possible. After you leave, he will definitely lose his sanity and may even end up mentally deranged. This would impede his growth from then on. This mark here represents his last hope. The young man has a good heart. As long as he has a little hope, he will not give up and will instead be motivated. This will be good for both you and him in the future." Tang Emperor said, "I understand." Lung Rushuang nodded slightly. All of a sudden, her body shook violently, letting out a horrible and cold aura. "Time is running out." Lung Rushuang said with an agonized expression. She let out a low cry. "Father, Grandmaster, farewell. Everybody farewell. Jian Wushuang, I'll see you in the next life." With her last words, Lung Rushuang fell into silence and calmness. Everything surrounding her was in a state of complete stillness as well. Wearing faces of discomfort, Emperor Shao, Tang Emperor, and Emperor Yin fixed their stares on Lung Rushuang. Lung Rushuang stood motionlessly, still wrapped by the icy aura. All of a sudden, Lung Rushuang raised her head harshly. At the same time, the horrible icy aura spread and covered the whole surroundings. Everywhere sank into coldness, and time seemed to be frozen. An evil and crazy expression began to creep its way onto Lung Rushuang's beautiful face. "Ha ha!" Lung Rushuang laughed in an insane manner, sending echoes everywhere. "I'm out. After being sealed for so many years, I am finally out. Now this body is finally under my control." The laughter continued. The horrible laughter placed Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao, and the other people on the mountain on edge. Emperor Shao clenched his fists. He knew that this thing in front of him was what his daughter had been tortured by for years. Well, the laughter stopped abruptly, and wicked eyes landed on Tang Emperor and the others. With an eerie smile, Lung Rushuang said, "Hey, Tang Emperor, did you just leave a mark on this body? Why? Do you really want Jian Wushuang to find me?" "Why not?" Tang Emperor replied coldly. "Swear, how dare you be so disrespectful to your grandmaster?" Emperor Shao reprimanded. "Shut up!" Lung Rushuang glowered at Emperor Shao and sent a blast of the cold aura at him. Emperor Zhao's body gave a tremble and a muffled groan, and a trail of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. "Swear is not for you to call. Do you really think I would take you as my father? It was because I was sealed I had no other choice." Lung Rushuang said coldly. Emperor Zhao's face turned gloomy. Though I should thank Jian Wushuang. Without his help, this stupid woman would never have broken the seal, and I would not have been released so easily. She was stupid enough to sacrifice her life for a man. Shut up! Emperor Shao shouted furiously. You have complete control over the body now. You can go now. If you have any other concerns, feel free to voice them out. I will settle them all. Tang Emperor scorned. Resolve them all. Lung Rushuang glanced at Tang Emperor with a cold smile. Old man, I have just gotten control over this body, and I need more time to gain my strength. I am not a match for you, so I'll have to reject your offer. Be assured, I had made promises to this foolish woman. She had made some ridiculous demands, but I accepted them since she had been quite nice to me over the years. All right, this world is too small. I am not intending to stay here any longer. I will leave now. Ha. With a crazed smile, Lung Rushuang's figure rose into the air and within the next moment disappeared from the world. As Lung Rushuang left, Tang Emperor and the others were helpless. Damn it! Emperor Shao punched the ground, leaving a wide and deep pit behind. His body was shaking wildly. His face was veiny with anger and his eyes were bloodshot. He was unwilling to accept all of this. Master, can't you do anything at all? Emperor Shao looked at Tang Emperor with grieving eyes. Tang Emperor shook his head and sighed. Primordial great sin. Every primordial great sinner is both a tragedy and a disaster. I would keep her here if I can, even if Schwanger has to die. But alas, with her advancement to this current stage, I don't have confidence to make her stay. Fortunately, instead of choosing to stay, she decided to leave this world. There are countless powerful experts in the eternal chaotic world. I hope someone there can kill her before she brings disaster. Tang Emperor could do nothing but sigh. Tang, Huan turned to look at the others behind him. Now, we need to think of an explanation for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 987, Wait for me. Chapter 987, Wait for me. Farewell, Jian Wushuang. Ever will I choose to be your wife again, if so a choice comes before me again. I await you in our future life. The last words of Lung Rushuang etched deep into Jian Wushuang's mind. No. With a shrilling howl of pain, Jian Wushuang suddenly woke up. It had been 7 days. You are up, Jian Wushuang. It was the Gu King who had spoken through his mind. Jian Wushuang rose sorely with a sullen face. What of Lung Rushuang? She is gone. The Gu King said simply. Gone. Jian Wushuang stammered as he nearly collapsed. But immediately he asked sharply, You long knew it, do you, Gu King? I am afraid I did. The Gu King made no attempt to conceal. Jian Wushuang took a deep and heavy breath, clenching his fists tightly as he murmured in a low voice, Tell me, what happened? It all began with the story of the great primordial sinner. The Gu King began his tale. It was said that the great sinners in the entire eternal chaotic world are extremely evil and vicious, such as the folk of the blood-killing sect. They would stop at nothing in order to achieve their motives, committing countless atrocities so vile and brutal that their sins began to accumulate. At length, they will gradually turn into great sinners. These great sinners are estranged from the common folk by their depravities, and some champions of just and right will rise up against the great sinners to thwart them and slay them. They become so by their own hands, the acts they committed and the blood they shed. Yet there is another caste of great sinners, the great primordial sinner, namely those such as your lover. These are sinners who bear the weight of the great primordial sin, which was inherited through generations. Most great sinners reap the fruits that they sow by their own hands. But there is a very slim likelihood that a great sin is passed down to the next generation where one's descendants will inherit the burden of retribution. The influence of the great sin shouldered by one's descendant will slowly erode all that is good of that descendant's character and spirit. Eventually, the great primordial sinner will turn into an evil that will even dwarf most other great sinners. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The great primordial sinners will turn extremely evil. But despite her frosty demeanor, Lung Rushuang is hardly vicious nor evil. As a great primordial sinner, your lover should have long been devoured by the influence of the great sin and become an evil person. Perhaps it was her mother's love for her. She might have cast an enchantment, a magical seal which had sustained her personality as long as it could. The magic of the seal is most unusual. I wager that it should be the doing of Dao Yuanzi. It was by this very seal that your lover was hardly consumed by the influence of the great sin. Then again, the strength of a great sin's influence is never to be overlooked. Dao Yuanzi's magical seal would never be able to hold it for long. Moreover, the influence of the sin has formed an alter ego within her. The Gu King continued, "An alter ego." All of this was news to Jian Wushuang. "Do you mean there are two forms of consciousness within Lung Rushuang?" "Yes." The Gu King nodded. "One is the true consciousness of your lover, and the other is the alter ego formed by the influence of the great sin." Jian Wushuang found himself trembling. Suddenly, a stroke of realization hit him face first. Lung Rushue. Could it be Lung Rushue? The odd notion hit him suddenly. Two forms of consciousness coexist within the same body, not unlike two tigers jousting for domination of a mountain. With the magical seal in her, your lover had been maintaining a distinct edge as she maintained the control her body. But nothing will be the same when the powers of the seal falter. I have been observing your lover in secret since your return to the imperial city. The influence of the great sin has gnawed much of her. She can struggle for no longer, and she is beyond salvation. Before long, the influence will devour her whole, and her true personality will be extinguished. The old Lung Rushuang will fade into perpetual darkness and despair, without being able to see the light of day. The Gu King managed finally. What? Jian Wushuang gasped with disbelief. Her true consciousness will fade into perpetual darkness and despair. She will never be able to once again see the light of day. That was the price of Lung Rushuang releasing the seal within her. You had before implored me to stop her. Jian Wushuang, the Gu King sighed. It is useless. The terror within her will erupt once her consciousness has been fully subdued by the influence of the great sin. Her strength will soar rapidly beyond imagination, so will her gift to unleash carnage and destruction. It will be nothing short of disastrous and apocalyptic if she managed to survive. Knowing fully well of this, she chose to leave you and also this world. Jian Wushuang could hardly hold his body that trembled with grief and agony. The great primordial sinners are but a pitiful and miserable existence. But there is nothing you can do save to strengthen yourself and achieve true greatness and omnipotence like the founder of the Star Bloodline and King Luozhen. Only then you are able to restrain her and save her. The Gu King said to him seriously, I understand. Jian Wushuang exhaled deeply, calming himself. What the Gu King had said was true. As a mere warrior of the Eternal Realm, there were many others who wielded greater strength than him in the green fire world, let alone the rest of the countless others from vast, eternal, chaotic world. Whereas the great primordial sinners were existences that struck fear and horror across the plains of the eternal chaotic world for the terror and destruction they unleashed. As he was now, Jian Wushuang was hardly capable of changing the fate of Lung Rushuang or helping her. The only course of action laid before him was to improve himself and slowly climb his way into greatness. Only then could he be able to make a difference. Hardships and pain await those who tread the path to triumph. Never will it be easy for one to scale the cliffs of success, yet the challenge will hardly deter me. Success will be mine, no matter how long it takes. Be it tens of thousand years, hundreds of thousand years, or even longer. The day will come where I, Jian Wushuang, will make it to the top. Then I will be able to change everything. Wait for me, Shuanger. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted with hope as he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails bit deep into his flesh, a pain that would forever remind him of the vow he made this day. Jian Wushuang was steeled with resolve and conviction. He will embark on his quest to achieve the peak of omnipotence, a quest where none would thwart him from. Chapter 988, The Samsara Continent. Chapter 988, The Samsara Continent. Under the eaves of the great hall in the palace, the Tang Emperor was deep in discussion with Emperor Shao and Emperor Yun on grave matters of state. Jian Wushuang walked straight into the hall. Noticing his arrival, the Tang Emperor and the rest of the other people present looked at him strangely. Seniors Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao, and Emperor Yin. Jian Wushuang greeted them. Jian Wushuang. Tang Emperor began to speak with a pained expression, but his voice trailed off as he knew not of what to say. I have been told everything. I don't blame you, and I know what should I be doing next. Jian Wushuang said gravely. He did not blame the Tang Emperor and others for keeping the truth about Lung Rushuang from him, knowing full well that they had been trying to spare him the agony of grief. Hearing his words, the brows of the Tang Emperor rose with a jot of admiration towards Jian Wushuang, liking him even more. And here I was, thinking that the young fledgling will be thrown into a fit of madness or despair. It seems that my concern is misplaced. He is more mature and wise beyond my expectations, the Tang Emperor thought quietly. He waved his hands, and a token appeared in his hand. I have left a mark in Shuanger when she passed. This token allows one to perceive the existence of the mark if it is close by. But the token has lost its hold of the mark for now, since she had left this world and had gone far from us. Jian Wushuang received the token and clasped tightly it in his hand. My deepest thanks, Senior. I am afraid that is all that I can do. The Tang Emperor muttered with exasperation. Jian Wushuang nodded gently and turned to Emperor Shao. I have something that requires your counsel, Senior Shao. Jian Wushuang said solemnly, It's about my father. Your father. Emperor Shao first looked surprised, as he then nodded slightly. Very well. I do know about your father's whereabouts, but it's a long story. Sit down. I'll tell you everything. Jian Wushuang nodded and found place, sitting down immediately. Surely you know that this eternal world we reside in is but only one of the many domains of the entire eternal chaotic world. Emperor Shao asked. I know that, Jian Wushuang answered. But you may not know that there are actually 2 continents in this world. Emperor Shao revealed suddenly. What? Jian Wushuang was taken aback by the sudden revelation. 2 continents. Yes, this is the Green Fire World, a domain which is made up of 2 continents, the Void Continent and the Samsara Continent. Emperor Shao explained. Although the 2 continents are of the same domain, the continents are not directly connected. One can only travel between the 2 continents through an anomalous spatial wormhole. The continent we now reside in is the Void Continent. Gripped by shock and surprise, Jian Wushuang had not heard of such tales before. It was only on this day that he finally knew that the Green Fire World was made up of 2 continents. The Void Continent is actually named after the Void Temple, which reigns supreme across this lands. I assume you are familiar with the geography of the continent, but the Samsara Continent is hardly the same. Emperor Shao continued. Twice as large as the Void Continent, the Samsara Continent has more warriors learned in the skills of combat and martial techniques. Their number overshadows us many times over. Moreover, the civilizations of the Samsara Continent are not divided by various factions or sovereign boundaries, having only one exclusive kind. One exclusive kind. Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. These people bear the lineage of an ancient bloodline, a bloodline which is very strange and unusual, just like yours, said Emperor Shao. Young one. The Tang Emperor craned down at him. I believe the bloodline of the fabled ancient god clan runs in your veins, one which is especially high atop their hierarchy. And yet I know there's one such tribe amongst the many different clans and lineages of the Samsara continent which could be closely related to the ancient god clan. Oh! This piqued Jian Wushuang's interest as he asked, Do you have the name of the tribe? Nay, I have only once heard the mention of this matter in the Green Fire Palace. I had not asked about it, and hence I know not of their name. The Gu King shook his head and smiled. Jian Wushuang could only frown with disappointment. He had surmised that it was through his mother that he had received the bloodline of the ancient god clan. Hence, the tribe could also be related to his mother, since they might be sharing a common origin with the ancient god clan. Pray continue, senior. Jian Wushuang said. Emperor Shao paused briefly before he spoke again. Despite the existence of many tribes and races in the Samsara continent, the lands have been ravaged by their constant strife and conflict, fueled by the difference in strength and power. Then again, only one faction reigned supreme across the plains of the Samsara continent, the Samsara Temple. The Samsara Temple of the Samsara continent enjoyed a similar dominance to that of the Void Temple here, remaining feared and respected by all while they kept themselves from the struggles and clashes of the land. None in the Samsara continent dare challenge the authority and power of the Samsara Temple. The Samsara Temple? Jian Wushuang repeated, his brows rising curiously. It was hardly a secret that the Great Void Temple commanded absolute dominance across the Void continent, shying away from the squabbles and skirmishes of the various factions of the land. But the Samsara Temple was their equivalent upon the Samsara continent, two powerful factions that were almost mirror images of each other. The Samsara Temple shares a lot of common ground with the Void Temple, but the Void Temple is less stringent in its restrictions and selections of prospective members. The Void Temple Master ordinarily selects the greatest warriors of the Void continent directly, just like how the former Temple Master had once invited you to join them. Emperor Shao said. Jian Wushuang nodded lightly in agreement. He knew that his senior brother had first achieved the title of Tao Master before being offered a place as a Master of the Void Temple. But the Samsara Temple functions differently, for most of their own warriors are trained and nurtured by the Samsara Temple themselves. Emperor Shao continued, and they are most commonly known as the Reincarnators. The Reincarnators are divided into 9 different castes, each commanding varying authority and strength. Every one of them hailed from different origins. Some are prodigies in the skills of combat native to the Samsara continent, while there are also others recruited from the Void continent. Yet, most of them are from the innumerable strata of the domain of the ancient world. The ancient world. Jian Wushuang felt another jolt of surprise. In short, the Samsara Temple will offer you a place amongst them if you display a certain level of talent and potential, promising you great benefits and resources. Then again, the risks are proportionate. Reincarnators have to endure deadly perils in order to enjoy the limitless resources and rewards.